Celestial Fox 3. It's exactly then the group attacked, leaving only the high divine assailant in the back to observe. Bai Yin saw this and reacted, of course. The first to come at her was a middle divine which she blocked with her sword, but the force alone still managed to push her back several feet. Even worse was the internal injury. She's almost ready to throw up blood due to just giving birth. The celestial fox struggled to get up using this chance, but its body was too severely injured and lacked the strength. After several attempts it fell back down and couldn't move. At the same time, Shantianyu girl once again drew her bow using a thin sword from her back basket. This was the same weapon she used to injure the fox the first time around, and it's sparking with purplish zaps of lightning even before it's shot. Her aim, the head of the celestial fox. Despite already fending off multiple individuals after being ganged up upon, Bai Yin still noticed this and had the time to stop her. With a swinging wave of her Godslayer, she sets off a storm of dust and cloud at the cheeky lass and blinded her sight. Livid at the interruption, Shantianyu yells out again. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and finish this blasted woman. I want to give her a real beating for attacking me. In order to succeed in this hunt, she deliberately took out the thunder bow from her father's treasury, just to catch the animal, because it's able to suppress the incredible speed of fast creatures. And since the celestial fox only had its speed going for it, the bow was the perfect weapon. As the battle continued to drag on, Bai Yan's condition worsened and began to show visible signs of deterioration. She's losing strength incredibly fast following each strike, and sweat could be seen along her forehead at this point. It's so bad that even the Dan pills in her possession aren't able to recoup the energy loss. Just like that, an unexpected palm strike eventually hits her from the back and causes her to fly forward until she hits a nearby tree. She's covered in blood as a result, mainly due to her spewing it from the mouth and sprinkling along the dress. Things are not looking good at this rate. I really don't know if you are stupid or not, going this far for a simple animal. That celestial fox can at most only be turned into a vest. Why are you making our celestial clan into your enemy? Is it worth it? Shantianyu says this with a cold grin and contemptuous eyes. That's right, the sole reason this arrogant lass was after the fox was because of that snowy white fur. She wants to turn it into a vest for herself to wear, a fashion statement. Swaying as she forces herself to get back up, Bai Yin decisively wipes the trickle of blood from her mouth. I've already said it, you can't take it away. I've already said it, you can't take it away. Those words were like a shocking revelation for the celestial fox. Looking up with tears of gratitude pouring forward, the fox kept sobbing and making cries of sadness. Swish! The man who was the high divine level finally took action then, after watching idly from the sidelines for so long. Drawing that burning sword of his from the scabbard, the person went straight for Bai Yan's sloppy figure. Celestial Fox 4. But right before the killing blow could be made against Bai Yan, who was already at her last leg in that critical moment, a snowy white figure suddenly dashes in and deflects the sword. Even so, the attack of a high divine wasn't to be trifled with. Instantly, the poor fox got knocked backwards and crashed into the nearest cluster of bushes. Bai Yin got stiff as a rock once she realizes what just transpired. There's an indescribable sensation brewing within her heart, and she didn't know what it was. Truth be told, the main reason she helped save the celestial fox in the beginning wasn't really out of concern for the poor creature. It's for the sake of her own son. The blood she collected was at most a single vial's worth. What if he needed more in order to recover? However, she honestly didn't think that the celestial fox would take such a ferocious blow for herself in the final moment. Its body is so frail and thin. How can it bear the blow? Staggering over to the near lifeless fox, she reaches down with her trembling hands and held the poor thing up to her face. As much as she wanted to hold back the emotions, the tears just won't stop and trickled down the lady's cheek to showcase her sorrow for the situation. Why? Even though the celestial fox didn't have any malice or ill intent from when they first met, the fact remains the little thing attacked her. So what's going on here? All she did was protect the fox one time, and it's going this far and would even go as far as to throw her life away? Who said demonic beasts are heartless and cruel? They are more affectionate than humankind. Perhaps the celestial fox was able to sense the aching emotions in the lady, but the poor thing actually began to lick Bai Yan's hand as if to comfort her. Not wanting to know what would happen if she's slow now, the woman swiftly pulls out another bottle of healing tonic. a much higher grade of medicine, to pour onto the fox's wound. Then, as if worried that's not enough, she brings out another pill to feed it. Naturally, the little thing didn't reject the offering and ate it without a thought. Just that instead of wariness, the fox's tail was wagging left and right like an animal that's being petted. Bang! Countless attacks rained down from the rear yet again. In her urgency, Bai Yan's only recourse was to use her own body as a shield for the celestial fox against those aggressive strikes. Due to this, she got blown away yet again. And this time the blood from her mouth was even worse than the last as it splattered along the snow-covered ground. Mother! In the moment where she landed, a childish cry of fear came from the back, thus causing the poor woman to go rigidly stiff. Looking up, she could see it was her own son running over. Xiachen, did I not tell you to leave with your siblings? Bai Yan cries out with her face going pale. Already coming before his mother, the little steam bun was firm and strong right now. Don't worry, mother, I've already hidden my brother and sister somewhere. They won't be in danger. You? Gasping at her son's reddish eye still being there. Didn't you take the vial of blood I gave you? It must be fresh for it to be effective, otherwise it will lose its use. The boy didn't give a direct answer, only twisting his head to one side to show that brilliant smile that he always does. Mother, if one day I can't be with you anymore, will you miss me? A shudder ran through the poor mother's heart, pulling her mood to the bottom. Don't talk nonsense, Xiachen. You will never leave me. Ditsong's arrival 1. By this point the enemies are done listening to their conversation and began to attack. Due to this, Bai Yan had no choice but to let the fox in her hand down so she could fight. She's ready to make the final stand with her Godslayer at this stage of the battle. Xiachen, you wait here for me. Giving one last hug to her boy, she firmly holds onto her blade for the impending showdown. The closest enemy to the woman surely knew what she intended to do next, but even then, it wasn't enough to protect themselves from the incredible burst of force coming out of the sword once Bai Yan activated its power with her own. It blew the first line of attackers right off their feet. Knowing this was her chance, Bai Yan quickly uses this opening to swallow one of her replenishment pills to regain some strength. Unfortunately, perhaps it's because of how often she ate this pill already during the fighting, but the speed in which she healed had clearly reduced significantly compared to earlier. In fact, the only reason she's even able to stand upright was thanks to the sword in her hand. Otherwise she would have collapsed back to the ground. That's how exhausted she truly was inside. You all move aside. The High Divine Elder finally lost his patience and snapped out to his subordinates. Immediately, the circling line splits apart and created an opening for the person to come forward. Girl, I admit your perseverance is worthy of admiration. However, sarcastically sneering, you are but a small grain among the many, while our miss here is the shining moon in the night sky. You can never compete with her. Only doom and misery await people like you. Boom! In an instant, the wind surges all around the area, created by the massive strength coming out of the gray-robed elder when he raised his hand to strike. This old man clearly didn't use his all when attacking Bai Yan the first time around, but now he's no longer fooling around and mustered everything into his strike. If it lands, a sure kill would be the only ending. But not all hope was lost. Right as Bai Yan's finding it difficult just to breathe under that oppressive might, Bai Xiachen suddenly threw himself in front of that oncoming attack. This should have been the worst outcome possible, having a kid die in front of his own mother. Yet this doesn't seem to be the case. The kid's entire body was shrouded in a freaky flame of red that oozed a sense of danger and carnage. It's as if his soul has been consumed by the 9 levels of hell and reborn as a devil. Mother, if one day I can no longer stay by your side, will you miss me? Those words once again rang across her mind. She wanted to cry out for him to stop, but the voice in her throat just wouldn't come out like someone had ripped it out of her body. So the only thing this poor woman knew how to do was to try to reach out with her hands. Yet, right before Bai Yan's fingers could make contact, that once adorable little steam bun had turned around again with his head to meet hers. Unlike before though, there's no longer that kind and warm gaze she's come to expect, only cold hard indifference in those red irises that seemingly felt devoid of humanity. Cusping her mouth with both hands, she now understood what has happened. Ditsong's arrival too. She's never seen her son in such a state before, at the very least, not to this extent. For example, even though Bai Xiachen did come close when those shadow guards tried to kill them both on the cusp of the demon realm's border, the kid still had a sense of humanity left in him, but there's none of that anymore. Able to sense the strong level of sadness in Bai Yan's behavior, the celestial fox sobs for her and then made a timid look towards the boy. The little fella's body was shaking against that terrifying burning aura. Xiachen? Reaching out with her hand, Bai Yan wanted to touch that face to reassure herself that the worst-case scenario hasn't happened yet. However, the boy himself wouldn't let her and turned back to face the enemies with his bloodthirsty eye. Why is this happening? Didn't Ditsong say the wisp of grudge must rely on Xiachen to survive? Why does it look like my son is gone? Elder Shun, this is but a child. Hurry up and kill him so we can move on. Shun Tianyu forms a frown on the face and started to grow increasingly more impatient at the repeated delay. Yet the old man didn't move as told. He's staring intently at the freakish boy because his heart was throbbing with unease right now, something that shouldn't be possible. The rest of the Goonies on the other hand couldn't care less. In their mind such a child wouldn't pose a threat at all, and they themselves only need to heed Shun Tianyu's command. Of the bunch, the one at the forefront moved the fastest and he's also the one who swung his weapon at the boy first. But speed wasn't a factor in this exchange though. Without moving an inch, Bai Xiachen just stared at the assailant and froze him in the air like a petrified statue. It's then under this state the horrified individual felt it, the monumental force of a mountain's worth coming in from all sides against his limbs. For those watching in the back, too afraid to intervene, they only saw their poor comrade being flattened little by little. Before they knew, what used to be a human being has now become a pile of flesh, a meat pie in the shape of a cube. No words could begin to explain the intense horror circulating across this mountain peak right now. Simply speechless, that's all there was to it. Run! The first to come back to their senses was the high divine Elder Shun. He turned tail and fled at the highest speed his body would allow. But there's no way the little red-eyed devil here would allow this group to leave, would he? In a flash of blurring movement, the boy was already in front of the elder and firmly grasping onto that shoulder. With a horrific sound of flesh and bone being torn, he rips that arm right off and causes blood to splatter everywhere, staining him in the snow-white ground. The old fella screamed in pain, but he could not care so much anymore. In a swift and decisive act, he grabbed Shun Tianyu with his remaining good arm and fled for the bottom of the mountain. Meanwhile the others weren't so lucky in this case. Their speed was nowhere as fast and swiftly fell one by one under the hands of the little steam bun. Once he was done with that, Bai Xiachen returns again to face Bai Yan, his eyes aglow of eerie red. Ditsong's arrival 3. In light of those murderous eyes, Bai Yan didn't feel fear at all. She's the mother of this boy, so the only thing she wants to do right now is to smile at him and give him a hug. I know you want me to hold you. I'm here now, so come to my arms. But you and your brother are both my children, and I know you are a good child at heart, so can you tell me where he went? Ditsong mentioned it to her before. This Xiachen was the previous incarnation of her own unborn child, making this grudge effectively her own baby. Despite the plea and effort to rouse a conversation, this version of the little steam bun didn't reply, only slowly walking over with that expressionless face and dangerous-looking set of eyes that frightened even the strongest of hearts. Even so, despite all these warning flags of danger, Bai Yan didn't flinch or cower. She only wanted to reach out to give him a hug, which she did try to do once they were only a few feet apart. However, it's right at this crucial moment that a beam of purplish spark came shooting down from the sky. Next thing the woman knew was that she has found herself in the arms of her own husband. Oh, you! The celestial fox instantly had its fur raised as soon as it saw Ditsong's peerless face. The behavior of the little creature was similar to someone stepping on its tail because it completely ignored its own injury then and ran for the peak. At this stage Bai Yan didn't have the attention or energy left to worry about the fox's departure. Stiffly asking the man holding herself, Ditsong, what are you doing here? If I didn't come then how are you supposed to take care of yourself? He's not our son anymore. Once he's possessed by that grudge, he will no longer recognize any of us. Bai Yan knew that, of course. She's not foolish or blind to the fact that her boy's condition are spiraling out of control. But it's still her son. I can handle this. Raising her hand, she pushes Ditsong aside so that she could look at her boy again. Smiling in the face, Child, don't be afraid and come to me, I will protect you. Bai Xiachen still didn't utter a single word, only staring straight at Ditsong's figure. Then, as if able to sense the hostility towards itself, the little figure started to release its killing intent before he suddenly pounced at his old man's throat. Kill! Kill everyone! Ditsong's expression darkened at this picture. Nevertheless, the only reaction he did was to sidestep and narrowly avoided the punch. Ditsong! Seeing how the two males of his life are about to go at each other's throat, Bai Yan also lost it. Without thinking, she threw herself in between them both. Bang! That punch heavily hits into her stomach, causing blood to spew out of her mouth for the third time today. Yanner! Exclaiming with a face so white it's frightening, Ditsong quickly rushes up to catch the collapsing woman. Why did you block it? This little thing is not my opponent. Coughing as she tried to speak, Bai Yan somehow manages to struggle back despite her terrible state. I'm fine, you don't have to worry. Besides, she doesn't want them to fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Xiachen's bloodthirsty eyes had stopped locking onto the Demon King. Instead, it's fixated on his own little fist. It's clear that something was stirring inside his heart, because it looks like incredible pain was going through that face right now. Ditsong's arrival for? Why? Why is this happening? I killed so many people already and didn't feel a thing, so why is my heart throbbing so badly right now from just punching her? It's like, I forgot something important. You mustn't hurt Mother. It's then a voice echoed within his mind, causing the boy to squat down and hold his head in agony. I am willing to give you forever control of this body provided that you protect Mother. If you dare to hurt her, then I will rather destroy my own soul to take you with me. The echoing voice may be childish, but it's filled with anger and rage. Shut up, you shut up. The more he said that, the more in pain the kid seems to be in. She is our mother, and the most important person in my life. You are right, I am too weak to protect my mother. It's the reason I gave you control of my body. It's to protect our mother, so how can you hurt her? Ah! He suddenly breaks out into a scream like he's tearing his heart out. Then, without any indication, he shoots up from the ground and glared at everything in his vicinity. I'm going to kill everyone. In his heart there has always been a voice. It told him he must kill everything in this world. Only then can he feel safe inside. Therefore, he must not let anyone interfere with his mind. I said it already, you're not allowed to hurt Mother. Bang! The little boy quickly rushed at his parents with his body bursting into flame. Despite this fact, he ignored it and continued to move forward with increased vigor. Xiachen! Bai Yan nearly lost her soul watching the self-destructing image of her own son. Pushing her husband aside without a second thought, she rushed forward as well and forcefully pulled the kid into her arms. If it was a normal flame, then this act would have been a huge mistake for the woman. She would be severely burned. However, it's as if the fire had a mind of its own, but the hot temperature didn't harm her one bit. Nevertheless, it still left her heart thumping with anxiety. Xiachen, I know you're there. You've always been there. You killed those people for me, that's why you gave him control of your body and sealed yourself, right? Shaking in her hand, Bai Yan's tears wouldn't stop trickling out. The little boy's body froze over that plea. Why is this embrace so warm? Why is it so nostalgic? Xiachen, you have already sacrificed your freedom for me, so why are you doing this to yourself? Do you want me to grieve the rest of my life after you die? It's obvious to Bai Yan this burning flame was the result of her own son trying to stop this grudge from hurting her. That's why he's burning his own soul as the expense to put an end to this tragedy. After all, a grudge wouldn't be a grudge if the soul itself was destroyed. Listen to me, Xiachen. The reason I searched for the celestial fox's blood is because I didn't want him to disappear. But I also don't want your destruction to be the price. You are my child, the baby I bore after 10 months. If you are gone, then I can't live either. Ditsong's arrival 5. Do not know if her words truly did have an effect or not, but the killing intent hovering around the boy's body did start showing signs of dissipating following her plea this time around. Eventually, even the burning flame had disappeared and returned to the dormant silence from within. In spite of this sudden turn of event, Bai Yan didn't let go of her hands. Instead, she hugged the little boy even tighter until tears began to drip down to those shoulders. Yanner. Ditsong's gaze never once left his son's figure during all this. Though he could tell the most critical moment has passed with the kid, But he still wouldn't leave it up to chance or his guard down. Let go first. I will eliminate this wisp of grudge from his body. Xiaoqin's soul is sealed within his body right now, so there won't be any effect on him. At most he will sleep for a period. Afterwards I will find a way to lift the seal and free him again. Bai Yan's body had frozen over regarding that suggestion because her mind immediately shot back to the time where she met that ghoul-like version of her son. That grievance, that sadness, it could never be forgotten. That's how memorable that image was in her memory. Half a ring later she turns back to face her husband. Deetsong, I still want to try. He doesn't remember you and has no humanity inside of him, you have to know this point. He frowns and explains again. Bai Yan on the other hand was done with the conversation. Returning to the boy, she doesn't stop smiling in a reassuring and warm manner. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you back then, you must have wanted to come to this world, and you must have wanted me to hold you, right? The little boy's body shuddered a bit over the notion. Regardless, he still allowed those hands to reach over without struggle. That warmth, it's breathtakingly comfortable for some reason, and he didn't want to reject this feeling like a lost little lamb. Don't worry, those who harmed us and made us separate in the past life, I won't let any of them go. Firm in her eyes as she makes that vow, the woman then prints a kiss on the child's forehead to seal the promise. I will also find a way to protect both you and Xiaoqin. I won't let either of you disappear. That finally did it. The bloodthirstiness which plagued the boy for oh so long has finally dispersed, replaced entirely by tears and a sobbing cry of a childish voice. Though it's dry and hoarse like the dead, it's still that of a child's. Mother. Crossing the barrier of time and space. This poor baby finally has his chance to call out the one word he never could. Quivering across her body over this cry of a baby to their mother, Bai Yan hugged him even tighter like the act would never be enough. Deetsong in the meantime could only stand on the side and silently watch the pair huddle together. He had no room to join us because right now it's their moment and not his. Is this what they call mother and son bond? But why can he only remember his mother and not father? Isn't this a little too biased? Mother, I miss you. As the boy says that, the dam holding back those tears has now collapsed and causes the fluid to stain the woman's dress. I'm sorry. I never should have forgotten. No, the one to be sorry is me. I didn't protect you properly last life, but I promise you I will protect Xiaoqin for sure, so don't worry. Deetsong's arrival 6. A big smile drew itself onto the little boy's face over that promise, which roused a startled look from Bai Yan. In this mother's view, this ghoul-like version of her son had always been sad and grieving. Never did she ever seen him smile in any way or form. To think he too could make such a warm and brilliant smile was beyond her expectations. Mother, being able to hold you like this, I'm finally satisfied. Of the many reasons his grudge would never disperse even after reincarnation, one was because he died before being born at the hands of those people. The other was that he couldn't give Bai Yan a real huge in light of coming so close to entering this world. He only wants to embrace his mother, just once, even once would have been enough. But mother, between me and him, which do you like more? With his reddishly blood-colored eyes, the boy looks up with hope and anticipation. If only one of us can exist, which of us will you choose? The question left Bai Yan choked for words because that's a dilemma no parent would ever want to choose. Obviously sensing the hesitancy in her voice, the boy hangs his head down again. I am not a person, I'm only a wisp of grudge left behind from the previous life. If between an unreal entity like myself and a real soul, I know mother will choose the soul. It's okay, I understand, I'm the unwanted one here after all, I should have been long gone by now. Hurrying to hug him even tighter, Bai Yan frowns and refutes that logic. Don't say anything stupid. Since when have I thought of you as an unreal entity? You are my child, you and Xiaoqin both are my baby boys. Don't worry, with the help of the celestial fox's blood, you two can live together in equilibrium. Shaking his little head, the boy knew that's not true. No, I can sense the power coming off of the celestial fox's blood. It will transfer my strength to Xiaoqin. By then, I will disappear on my own. What? Bai Yan's figure visibly stiffened up. If he takes the blood of the celestial fox, then he will disappear? So that means Chui God deceived me? Mother, the reason I went to your dream to search for you is because I was unhappy and resentful of not being able to accompany you, and I couldn't hug you. Now that I know you love me, I am satisfied. Truth was this ghoul version of Bai Xiachen had always been able to see the outside world through the eyes of the regular version. So he knew full well what Bai Yin intended to do with that fox blood. Pity though, the good gesture was for naught because it wouldn't have done what it was supposed to do. I've said it, I'll find a way to allow both of you to live in this body together. Growing increasingly more anxious in the face, Bai Yin presses her hands against the boy's shoulder to show she means it. Grinning. Actually, what that person said is not entirely false. The celestial fox's blood can merge me and the other me together, just that I'm a grudge deprived from the soul in the past. It's the main reason why the other me is always so bright and happy. He's lacking the dark side that is I in his soul. If I merge with him, then that would in essence bring us back into one, and I too would be part of him forever again. Perhaps if this grudge hadn't existed to begin with and stayed with Bai Xiachen's soul from the start, his personality might not be as lovable and cuddly as now. Maybe this wasn't the real personality the little steam bun should have had. Maybe he needs this grudge to become whole again. Stiffly turning to her own husband for confirmation, Bai Yin appeared almost distraught in the face. Is what he said true? That he will disappear completely inside Xiachen's soul if I use the fox blood? As adamant as he was about bringing the bad news, Ditsong eventually nodded. I never told you this method is because it's true. It can help our son become whole again, but it will also mean he over there will disappear for good and live on as another part of our boy. Boom! Like a sunny day being hit by a thunderstorm from out of the blue, Bai Yan's already injured and struggling body finally gave in. She could hardly keep her footing and fell to the ground, those fists tightly clenching from pain and anger until she could barely breathe. It's suffocating knowing what she nearly did with her own 2 hands. Blood for blood one. Yenner. Finding the increasingly poor mood around his wife's face, Ditsong knew he had to do something. Hugging her to give comfort. You don't have to be too sad after all. They are supposed to be one and the same to begin with. He won't disappear like you think. He will only live on within Xiachen as one being. Biting her own lips, Bai Yin still didn't like how things are turning out. Other than that, is there no more way? Having her abandon this little guy was just too difficult for her to accept. Ditsong understood why his wife was acting this way. It's not like he's heartless towards his own child. He too would like to find an alternative method if possible. However, he's been searching and investigating for quite some time already, and this was likely the best option they had at hand. Shuddering when she got no answer, Bai Yin hugs her boy again and closes those pained eyes. Ditsong, if we leave Xiachen in this state, will he be in any danger? She asks again after a long moment of silence, shaking his head. No, there won't be any as long as Xiachen's soul remains intact. Right now he's only sealed within that body, and gave control to the wisp of grudge. Other than the loss of freedom, there's nothing else that's going to put him in peril. Slightly dropping her head, a faint smile carves itself onto the woman's face. Xiachen, if it were you, what would you choose? Maybe you would also like to give him a chance. I don't believe there's no other way, Ditsong. I'm sure if I look hard enough, then there's going to be a mean to allow them both to exist in this world on their own without bringing harm to one another. Seeing the insistence and determined face of his wife, Ditsong could only sigh and accept the plea. Nodding. All right, if you want to leave him as is for now, then I'll help you. The request undoubtedly brought happiness to the little boy, who never once left Bai Yan's arms. Even though his eyes are still the color of that bloodthirsty red, it's nevertheless full of a warmth and kindness now when staring up at Bai Yan's face. At the same, it also gave off an uncomfortable strong intent, like he's trying to engrave the woman's contour into his eyes, so that he would never forget it. Sure enough, right as the two parents were conversing on what to do next and freed the little boy, the ghoul version of Bai Xiachen had snuck over to one side and pulled out the bottle of blood he hid inside his coat. By the time Bai Yin realizes what was happening, it was already too late. To her horror, she witnessed the boy popping the cork and drinking that shiny red fluid down in one full swing. No! She screams with agonizing pain, tears stretching out into a streak as she dived over in a vain attempt to stop this. Sadly for Bai Yin, all was done by the time she managed to grapple the bottle from those little hands. She knew it's over. Whatever plan or wish she had planned to save both boys were forever gone. Mother, perhaps if not for you then I would never have awoken from that state I was in. Wiping the trickle of blood still lingering around the corner of his lip, he continues to speak as the effects began to show itself. First it was the harshness around his voice, then the redness in his eyes fading. Back then you sacrificed yourself in order to save the demon realm. As your son, I can't put a blemish on your record either. Mother, please always remember me, I know I won't. Blood for blood too. My only hope for giving up my existence is to protect you, because to me, you are my world. Mother, can you give me one last kiss on the forehead? Now the boy's entire body has become shrouded in a red glowing light, an indication the merging was almost complete. Without ado, Bai Yen leans down and tightly wounds her arms around his body before giving a tearful kiss on the forehead as requested. She couldn't stop sobbing at this point. Appeased and smiling, the boy then turns to Deetsong to speak using an apologetic voice. Father, I'm sorry but I didn't deliberately try to hurt you. I only forgot about you. You have to protect Mother from now on. And don't let Xiachen lose his mother again. It's enough for him alone to suffer the grievances of losing their mother. He doesn't want his new incarnation to go through the same thing in this life. Quietly coming before his son as well, Deetsong grasps onto that creepily cold hand. Don't worry, I will take care of her. I promise you, my son. That was all the words this resenting grudge needed to hear. As if released from its constraints, the dreary air of cold bloodthirstiness completely dissipates from the air as the final last glint of light leaves the boy's eye. Right now, there's no more movement from Bai Xiachen's body because whatever was done has finished. Deetsong. Bai Yen croaks this out from her pained voice. Do you think those from the Celestial Palace deserves to die? Unable to bear this picture, Deetsong reaches down and uses his large muscular arms to embrace his wife and unconscious child. Yes, they deserve that for what they've done to our family. As if provoked by those words, Bai Yen suddenly breaks out into a hysterical laughing fit. There's madness in her eyes, the kind that could only be created after they've lost someone closest to them. Yenner. I'm fine, Deetsong, you don't have to worry about me. That said, Bai Yen then slowly rose from the ground with her son in hold. During this time I'm going to stay at this mountain. It's very suitable for me to train here. Meeting his wife's gaze over that startling request, Deetsong had to take a good moment to accept this fact. If that's your decision then I will support you. For Bai Yen, this period would be very important for herself. The reasoning being that once she leaves this mountain again, it would be the day she exacts her revenge on those from the Celestial Palace. Blood for blood, life for life. I'll be here with you. Bai Yen merely pursed her lips in silence. Staring down at her boy, the poor woman only has one question left in her mind. When will Xiachen wake up? He took the blood of the celestial fox, so it won't be for a while before he wakes up. The soul inside still needs to break the seal on its own. Nodding at that. All right, you step aside first. I want to call the celestial fox out again. She is more familiar with this peak, so it will be more convenient to have her guide us around. Deetsong's face went black at being dismissed. True, it's a fact that the celestial fox doesn't like the opposite sex, so he couldn't do much in this department. As such, the poor demon king could only obediently head for the base of the mountain on his own, scanning the surrounding area after being left alone. Celestial fox, I know you haven't left yet, come out. Sure enough, a small head immediately poked itself out of a nearby tree, probing carefully for any signs of the male sex. Blood for blood 3. When she saw that Deetsong's figure was nowhere to be seen anymore, the celestial fox finally lowered the disgust in its eyes and bounced right back out into the open. You little thing, weren't you acting all fierce when attacking me before? Bai Yen sends a knock with her knuckle against the fox's forehead after seeing that wagging tail. In return, the little fella only made a wooing sound to show its apology. That's because I thought you were part of those bad people. I didn't know you were not with them. It's then right as the celestial fox felt safe in the woman's arm, the disgusting scent of a man had caught its nose again. Immediately, her first instinct was to make a dash for the bushes after puffing up that fur. Unfortunately for the fox, it's already too late. Catching her by the collar, Deetsong angrily stares down at the animal in his hands with a dark, menacing face. If not for you hating the male sex, my wife wouldn't have had to come here alone. If not for you being such a pest, my wife wouldn't have attracted those bastards either. Now how should I deal with you for making all this trouble? It's exactly as the Demon King says. Bai Yin only came into extreme danger because of this fox attracting the celestial clan's attention and bringing the hunting party over. Otherwise, she could have given birth without issue, albeit at never getting the blood for Bai Xiachen. Uhuhu. The celestial fox struggled violently and didn't back down from Ditsong's face. In fact, the disgust in its eyes towards the man never lightened up in the least and only grew stronger, narrowing his eyes in as well. Yenner, how about we eat a fox today for dinner? This threat instantly causes the fox to freeze up and not move anymore. It's tearing up at her own unfortunate fate because she really regrets coming out of hiding today. Oh, this horrible man, how can he eat my flesh when he's also a fox? It's terrible. I knew it, men are not good at all. Ditsong, she saved me, so quit scaring her. Bai Yin reaches over to bring the celestial fox back into her fold. Celestial fox, I'm really curious. Why do you hate men so much to begin with? Did they do something to you? It should have been easy to answer that question, but the little fella only stared at the woman in a dazed-like manner and didn't utter a peep. Why does she hate men so much? Actually, the celestial fox herself doesn't know either. All she knows was that something inside kept insisting on the matter, like someone did a horrible thing to her in the past. In the end, the fox could only shake its head to fling off the murky sensation. Then, as if that wasn't enough, she also pawed at Bai Yan's sleeve with teary eyes to plead for help against the Demon King still glaring daggers at herself. Don't worry, Celestial Fox, he is my husband, so he won't hurt you. Anyways, I want to ask you something else first. Just now my son hid away my other 2 babies somewhere. Do you know where they are? Apparently the fox did know because her eyes instantly lit up. Jumping down from Bai Yan's arm, she ran a couple of steps forward, and then didn't forget to turn around to beckon the woman to follow with a squeak. Ditsong wouldn't stay behind in this case, of course, but he did make sure to keep a little distance to avoid scaring the pesky fella again. Furthermore, he didn't trust the celestial fox one bit, or more exactly, he's grumpy and sour at being left behind by his wife due to this fox. Hidden deep within this sky mountain where snow was abundant, there's in fact a sacred area that's shielded off from the outside world. As an alchemist and a fluent user of spell matrices, Bai Yin was naturally able to notice this fact even from afar. Even so, she couldn't help but wonder who could have created such an amazing and complex barrier at the peak of this strange terrain. No wonder humans have such trouble climbing this mountain. The original creator of this barrier is a master spell user. Blood for blood for. After entering the barrier and walking some more, Bai Yin suddenly halts in her footsteps after finding what she wanted. Up ahead were a bunch of animals, and in the middle was a white female fox acting as a bed for 2 adorable little babies who were constantly giggling and waving their hands into the air. It's obvious the 2 were enjoying their time right now and weren't in any danger. How did Jin Tian boy and Ling Yen girl get here? And how did Xiachen find this place? Bai Yin asks with a surprised face, which got a long squeak from the fox again. You mean it's these animals who brought and hid them here? She could mostly make out the meaning there based on the nods given by her little friend. Does make sense though. The outside was icy cold and unsafe for a newborn, making this cave an ideal hiding spot, if there's some kind of warmth to keep the babies away from the frostbiting temperature. Specifically, the mother fox that's currently using its body as a bed for the 2 babies. Yenner, you're tired, give him to me and I'll carry him. Seeing there's no ulterior motive here, Ditsong decides to step in and offer to take care of their son, who was still unconscious and clearly a weight on his wife who hasn't recovered yet. No, her arm grows even tighter around the boy over that suggestion. I want to hold Xiachen a bit longer. Once I start my training later, then I won't have much time to spend with him. The energy particles within this cave was even more dense than the area outside, making it an ideal place to further her own strength and make a breakthrough. This time I won't leave here until I reach the high divine. Ditsong could tell there's no persuading his wife at this point now that she's decided on the matter. Turning to the 2 babies instead, who are still playing with the animals. Yenner, it's been hard on you. It's always like this. Whenever she gives birth, I can never be there by her side. I fail as a husband. Bai Yin shakes her head. No, Ditsong, it's nothing I can't handle. Anyways, our daughter's name is Di Ling Yen, and our son's name is Di Jin Tian. Likely able to understand their mother was calling their name, The two adorable little meat buns actually began to wiggle around mischievously and causes their bed to go on alert. The white fox knew she had to keep the babies atop of herself to keep them warm, but she honestly never thought both babies would try to wiggle onto the ground at the same time. As a result, the fox only manages to catch the girl and missed the boy entirely, who landed on the ground. Oddly enough, Tian didn't get hurt like one would expect in this case. Instead, he merely transformed into a tiny little silver fox upon hitting the dirt. And as if to shake off the confusion from the little bump, he starts crawling in Bai Yan's direction. Mother. Hug. Because she had prior experience in giving birth, Bai Yan didn't find it surprising her two newborns are also able to speak like her first. Squatting down. Mother needs to hold on to your older brother right now, so I can't give you a hug. You have to be considerate of him. Okay? What is considerate? Without surprise, the little Tian didn't comply and only showed a confused and dazed look, like he didn't get it at all. In the baby boy's mind, he only wants to hug his mother. So, like any newborn would do, he puckers up his lips like he's about to cry and then turn to the next best thing nearby. His own father, who was also staring down at him. As a father, Ditsong also likes to hold his children but never really got the chance since he was not there for the firstborn. Now that the second son was looking his way and likely willing to accept him, how could he not be overjoyed? Unfortunately for him though, the great demon king was overthinking this when he reached down in an attempt to lift the baby up. Mother, hug. Tian turns back to Bai Yan in light of the offering hand, and instead reached out with both paws for the woman. Yenner, he's a man, let him crawl on his own. Ditsong sourly says this with steam puffing out of his head. He's calling a newborn baby a man? Which part of Tian looks like a man? Bai Yan thought, her mouth twitching awkwardly from disbelief. Unable to resist the plea anymore, Bai Yan loosens one of her arms around Bai Xiachen to pick the tiny fella up from the floor for a snuggle. Though it's more difficult to keep two kids on herself, she's nevertheless enjoying it all the more. Blood for blood 5. Mother, hungry, want milk. The tiny silver fox pleads, his eyes blinking innocently without a clue of the looks he's getting. After a quick musing, Bai Yan relented and placed her eldest into Ditsong's arms. Take care of Xiachen for me, I'll feed them right now. Without ado, little Di Lingyan also crawls over to Bai Yan's side by this point after hearing there's food involved. Unlike a newborn though, she didn't show any of the wrinkles that's expected of a freshly birthed baby. She's absolutely adorable and cute, making one want to hug and cuddle her at first glance. Yenner, wait. Seeing how his wife's about to untie her upper dress, Ditsong frowns and stops her. Turning to the animals here, his eyes were cool and frosty. What are you all still standing around for? Hurry and scram. Under the Demon King's mighty aura, the gathered creatures all scurried away like frightened little rabbits. Yen, did you try avoiding these animals back in the day when you were feeding Xiachen? Asked the grouchy husband. Giving a humming yes, Bai Yan didn't understand why his husband was acting all upset. I don't recall I ever did avoid them. In my eyes, these animals are no different from cats and dogs. That year when she first arrived in this world through the transfer of her soul, Bai Yan honestly thought nothing of it. What, do everyone avoid cats and dogs when they breastfeed their baby? Of course not. Getting closer to his wife, Ditsong somehow appeared very hurt. So in my wife's heart I'm no different from a dog and cat? That comment actually left Bai Yan in a stupor for a second. She's unable to process the words at first but did eventually realize the mistake she did there. Apparently she's been so accustomed to seeing Ditsong in his human form that she's forgotten he's also a fox. This? Musing over her next word so she doesn't say something bad again, Bai Yan puts on a serious face. You are different from cats and dogs because you're more handsome than they are. Usually Ditsong doesn't like it when people praise his looks. The reasoning, he never wanted such a face to begin with. However, this was coming from his wife, that's different and brought glee to his lips. Yenner, I must correct this bad view of yours. When it comes to us beasts of the animal kingdom, demonkin or regular animal kin, we're all different. Some are very perverted and will gobble you up if they can. Do you not see the eyes of those animals here just now? At the mention, Ditsong's eyes immediately flashed a cold one. Just thinking about those blasted things aiming at his wife's naked body was enough to burn a fire inside his heart. I'll pay more attention then. Bai Yan complies with an almost dejected tone. True, if he didn't mention this fact then she might not even notice. However he did, and she's starting to notice the sparkling eyes of those animals from way back with Xiachen and her as well. They're all very focused on her body whenever she breastfed. Oh my god. Does that mean I'm a serial flasher? I've been flashing my naked body before those animals so many times that I've lost count. But little Jin Tian boy, and Ling Yin girl, wasn't in the mood to care about their mother's woes. In these two babies' mind they only want food, so the moment they noticed the loosened dress, the pair wasted no time crawling for it. And as a mother, Bai Yin happily obliged them when she noticed them struggling to get into her. For the boy, Jin Tian was surprisingly gluttonous compared to his younger sister. Even after Ling Yan finished her session and fell asleep, the boy kept going and drank for much longer until Bai Yin felt goosebumps run along her skin. Fortunately, this ordeal didn't last forever. About 15 minutes later, the little rascal finally stopped and made a satisfied burp before transforming back to a fat baby boy. Celestial Fox, you can come out now. Bai Yin calls out to the valley after cleaning herself off. Half a ring later, the group of animals once again returned over the beckoning. Blood for blood 6. Celestial Fox, I will leave Jin Tian and Ling Yan in your care. Bai Yin reluctantly hands the two babies over to the fox, pursing her lips. I just saw a certain segment of the valley that I like, so I'll be staying there for my training. If my babies are hungry then bring them to me, otherwise I need to be alone. The Celestial Fox squeaked in response, indicating she understood and will do as told. It's just that the disgust in her eyes towards the Demon King never abated. By the way, Celestial Fox, Bai Yin first looks to her husband, then back to the fox. This place also has male animals. Why do you hate men from the outside so much despite this fact? The little fella snorted like the answer was obvious. These are her companions who had been with her since a long time ago. How could they be compared to those abominable men? Regardless, she just hates men. If it wasn't for Bai Yin, she would never have allowed a man to step into her territory. Able to guess the gist of that snort, Bai Yin pats her husband's shoulder as a pitying gesture. So even someone as handsome as Ditsong will be disliked one day. But contrary to the pitying look from his wife, Ditsong didn't feel much from this and even found it nice for a change. In comparison to having those wishful thoughts about himself from those females, this was way better because it won't let Bai Yin misunderstand him. Ditsong, if you have something to do then you can leave first. I'm very safe here in the Sky Mountain. Don't worry, Yenner. Go ahead and be at ease during your training. If the demon realm requires me then I will go handle it on my own. Okay. She nods, not wanting to be a baggage to the rest of the demon world. Giving one final glance to her eldest boy who was still unconscious, Bai Yin has pretty much tied up any loose ends here on her part. Stealing that heart, she firmly walks toward the mentioned part of the valley. Demon City. After the departure of their king and queen, this new frontier for the demonkin hasn't had a single day of peace thus far. First came the rumor of Ditsong wanting a concubine and driving the queen away. Then came the second invasion of the celestial realm. Thankfully, First Elder and his brothers were able to come out of their closed-door training in the nick of time and repelled the attackers, otherwise the damage and loss would be extensive that day. Pity though, due to how quickly and rushed the elders were in returning to making a breakthrough, the rumor about the concubine business still hasn't been cleared up. For that mistake, another year has passed with that hovering in the air. As for the communities in the celestial realm, oddly enough, some were beginning to forget about this demon city after having so little news and action from them thus far. But the Celestial Palace wouldn't think like that though. They wanted to retake the settlement on many occasions. However, every time they tried to attack in force, Chewy God would promptly send out a warning to stop them in their tracks. Of course, there's one specific individual who dreaded this stalemate the most, and that was Yun Ruoshi. Unlike the rest, only this dreaded imposter knew that the precious charm around her neck, the item signifying her current lifestyle and status, would one day return to its true owner if things doesn't change. Miss, a maid calls out after noticing the lady coming out of the room. The keepers are asking you to meet them in the Great Hall. Blinking her eyes, the keepers are looking for me? How come? Why are they asking for me when they should be thinking up a plan to deal with the demons? After a long silence, she pursed her lip and decides to heed the summoning despite the questions in her mind. 1 year later. Inside the great meeting hall, The keepers are already sitting in their respected seats and giving off a majestic air of authority with their presence. This was what Yoon Ruoshi walked into, and she felt uncomfortably on edge under their gaze. "Dear keepers, is something the matter for summoning me so urgently? Ruoshi, you're here." Speaking out to greet the woman was Keeper Ling, who toned down his cold and frosty expression. "We've been discussing on a certain matter for a while now. It's clear that the Celestial Lord is unhappy with us and won't permit the Celestial Palace to do anything to those demons right now. I'm afraid it will just be a matter of time before our world falls into the hands of those demons." A shade of white gripped Yoon Ruoshi's face. When the splitting image of Bai Yen standing above herself again like all those years ago, she would feel immeasurable rage. "No, I won't allow her to step atop of my head again, nor will I let Chui God yearn after her for all his life. Revered keepers, please go ahead and instruct me." Drawing her lips into a thin line, Yoon Ruoshi appears firm in the eye on wanting to fight. "As long as it's something within my ability, then I would go through fire and ice to achieve it." Nodding pleasantly over the quick reply, Keeper Ling turns back to his brethren who's also listening in. "Look at Ruoshi, only someone as understanding and kind like her can be called outstanding. Compared to the one brought back by that old coot, her ability is here for all to see." Despite the proud speech, the others didn't comment on it because it did involve their former leader, and the previous Bai Yen. Yes, they feared what Bai Yen could do, there's no mistake about that. But it's also true they did like the girl when the old coot first brought her back from the outside. For one thing, the talent portrayed by Bai Yen was leagues ahead of Ruoshi, to the point everyone thought she would eventually be on par with Chui God. However, fate wouldn't have it, and things quickly spiraled out of their control until, well, they all knew what they did and the sin they committed for the sake of protecting the celestial realm. "Ruoshi, the reasoning for calling you here today is because we have found a way to restore your health to its former state. That year you sacrificed yourself at the risk of your own life to save the Celestial Lord. And now we will return that sacrifice by allowing your power to grow at speeds beyond your imagination." Keeper Zun, Ashen Robe Keeper, softly explains with a smile of his own. Sparkling with elation at the thought of becoming truly strong, Yoon Ruoshi jumped on the idea and hurriedly nodded, almost shaking in her voice due to the excitement. "Is that true? I can really continue to cultivate and grow stronger than before? I honestly thought I would never be able to recover." "Of course, why would we lie?" Keeper Zun frowns after remembering the conditions needed. "Just that this method is a bit troublesome. We will need the blood of the most supreme bloodline from the fox race, and it must be from a female baby at that. Right now we only know one that can match the requirement, and that is Demon King Deetsong. Only by drinking his bloodline's blood can we restore your body to its former state, and allow your strength to grow exponentially faster." The blood of the Demon King's bloodline, and it must be a female baby fox? Yoon Ruoshi bit her own lip in frustration because she knew how impossible that would be. However, as far as we know, there is only one female fox that's related to the Demon King. That Di Xiao one would have been barely good enough to qualify, but she's already come of age, so we cannot use her anymore. 1 year later, too, unless. But before Keeper Zun could finish his sentence, the always cold and hardliner Keeper Ling had already cut him off with a grunt. "Unless we turn to Deetsong's future daughter, that is. Drain his daughter's blood and then bath in it for 49 days. Afterwards you need to eat her carcass. Only then will your body recover and grow incredibly strong, thus paving the way for your limitless growth." That actually shocked Yoon Ruoshi because she didn't even think in that direction. Then again, she didn't mind doing that. Just that where was she supposed to get a Demon King's daughter when there wasn't one around? Bowing her head to avoid eye contact. "Revered keepers, isn't this too much?" Keeper Zun sighed as well, believing the lady was being too kind instead of only finding the task difficult to do. "We don't have any other choice here either. Although we detest the demon realm and its kind, but slaughtering a newborn fox is still a sinful act, we know that. However, we're on our last legs at this point." Snorting again at his fellow brethren, Keeper Ling didn't agree with the indecisive and kind words being thrown around. Demons only, nothing but inferior creatures in this world. Compared to Ruoshi, who will one day rule the celestial realm along with the Lord. How can some lowly fox compare with her future? "What's going on, Keeper Ling? Is there something I don't know?" She didn't miss the behavior of the elder and caught on it like a cat chasing a mouse. It's widely known that Keeper Ling could be cold and ruthless when needed, but that's only when it's necessary. Normally this elder would always be kind to those around him. If he's this urgent and willing to go this far and insult the other keepers, it must be something extraordinarily huge. It's that prophecy. The prophet from back then predicated a great calamity will befall this world in the coming future. Only by finding the person with the crescent moon amulet will we be saved. Since you are that person carrying the moon amulet around your neck, we must ensure your recovery. Only then can we maintain the peace of the celestial realm. Keeper Zun explains with a bittersweet smile. Going stiff as a rock, Yunruoshi quivered inside. What calamity? You mean, how come I never knew of that? No one knows better than herself on how she got her hands on this amulet. The issue now was what's this calamity they are talking about? She's never heard of such thing before. And what if they find out she's a fake and not the real deal? Believing the lady's just nervous at the sudden news and not because she's afraid of being exposed, Keeper Zun softens up his voice in order to help relieve that stress. You don't need to worry too much on this, Rushi. That prophet is the strongest individual I have ever seen in my lifetime. There's no mistake in what he says. Though he did leave right after giving us that prophecy, there's no reason to doubt his words. That's right, if not for that reasoning, these keepers wouldn't have doted on this impostor for so long, nor would they try to force Chui God to marry this woman. Unfortunately for them though, that perennially expressionless man had long overtaken them all in terms of strength, forcing these keepers on the defensive regarding that matter and losing control of the celestial palace. Now despite the kind words of Keeper Zun, it only made the matter worse for Yunruoshi. She's absolutely dreading what's coming in the future, and could be seen by the visible drain of blood from that face. Then when is the calamity's arrival? She forces this question out there with her quivering voice. We don't know the exact time either. Only that we can feel when it's drawing close. Shaking his old head, Keeper Zun, who was among one of the kindest here, also turned stern. Everyone, I like to say something. Gathering the attention of all, we have been at war with the demon realm for ages at this point and even sealed them away for a period. However, the calamity that we all know is coming will destroy us all, the demons included. There's no good outcome if we continued this fight. So, I like to make a suggestion. If Deetsong is willing to produce a young female foxling for Ruoshi to use, then I say we make peace with their kind to deal with the impending crisis. Is everyone with me on this? Once again, Keeper Ling interrupts with sneer. And if Deetsong isn't willing to surrender his daughter? What then? We all know what that demon can do. For a single woman, he wouldn't hesitate to charge into an army back then and wage war against us for years. 1 year later, 3. Without exception, everyone made a shudder upon bringing back up that memory from way back. How could they forget that scene? It was unbelievable, watching that single person charge in an army of tens of thousands, and then destroying them all for the sake of a single woman. Not even they themselves could stand in the way of that harbinger of destruction. For a while silence hangs in the air of this great hall. I understand what everyone is thinking right now, but let's not forget Deetsong still has the demon realm to rule. He may not care about himself, but I doubt he will ignore the survival of his citizens. Keeper Zun finally spoke up after seeing the low morale of his brethren. Sneering in his voice yet again, Keeper Ling points out the flaw in that logic. And how can you be certain he will forsake his own daughter for the well-being of the demon realm? Deetsong is a madman that can give up his own life for a single woman. What makes you think he won't do it again? It's undeniable that of all the realms known to them, the celestial realm was among the strongest. But for Bai Yen alone, Deetsong would wage war against them and nearly succeeded back then. Such a crazy nutcase, who could say for certain they are able to predict his actions? If it really doesn't work, then we can use some other method to persuade him. That wife of his is also an alchemist. I'm sure we can force her in some way to help Ruoshi to recover. Another keeper suggests after listening to the two arguing. Putting on a pitiful and teary face after seeing how they're all pushing herself into the matter, Ruoshi really didn't want to do this. Revered keepers, I am ashamed of making you all expend so much effort on myself. Please just let me be like this for the rest of my life. I don't want to drag you all down with me. No shit, she doesn't want to recover. If he does, then wouldn't that mean she'd be pushed into the front lines? That would be catastrophic. Besides, she knows her own talent better than anyone else. What savior of this world? Even back in her prime, she could barely keep up with Bai Yan's growth. And that was thanks to all the treasures and amazing alchemic ingredients given to her by Bai Yan in secret. Yun Ruoxi may believe she's thought up a good excuse on the issue, but that's not what these elders are thinking. Immediately, a set of dissatisfied frowns filled their faces. You don't have to think about it so much, Roshi. We're only here to inform you of what we are going to do. For the sake of this world, for the sake of repelling the impending calamity, we will do everything in our powers to help you recover. That was equivalent to a death sentence for the lady. Her heart felt endless horror until she couldn't properly utter another word. Go ahead and rest first, Ruoxi, Keeper Ling continues with a smile. And if you protect the world from that calamity, I'm sure the Lord will also be grateful towards you. By then, wouldn't it be easy to convince him to marry you? 1 year later, a visible tremble could be visibly seen across the lady's face. Back then, Chui God would give up Bai Yan for the sake of the celestial realm. Perhaps he would do the same and marry her if she helps save this world? Revered keepers, I will not cower or hide for the sake of this world. As long as she could marry Chui God before the calamity strikes, then even if it's only for a single night, she won't regret it. After dropping those words, Yun Ruoxi didn't wait and resigned herself for what's to come. Leaving the room, the lady didn't forget to close the door behind herself on this occasion. Meanwhile, back in the conference hall, the air has become eerily quiet again until Keeper Ling broke the silence. Everyone, our feud with the demon realm is unending, so having us go bargain for the deal is out of the question. I know only two who can handle such a task. Who? The Celestial Lord. That lass came to the Celestial Palace since she was young and grew up under the care of the Lord. If we have him go, then it will be a huge boon. The second is that crazy old coot, we can use him as well. Grumbling in his voice, Keeper Zun clearly didn't believe this would work based on his expression. And how do you expect us to persuade that old coot to do as we say? Don't think just because he's all crazy nowadays that he will do as we instruct. He understands a lot more than he lets on. Back then we only managed to go after that girl because we tricked him to go off somewhere. Otherwise the plan would have died in its infancy if he had found out. Sure enough, Keeper Ling didn't refute that claim and became quiet for a while. Then we have no choice but to rely on the Lord. He cares about the celestial realm, so he's our greatest candidate. Moreover, I know he still misses the lass from the hearts down. If we promise him to allow his marriage with Bai Yan, then I'm sure he will do as we say. This? Keeper Zun actually became lost for words. Doesn't he hate the girl to the bone? Why would he give such a commitment? Keeper Ling obviously noticed the suspicious gaze coming his way. Smiling shadily, I'm only tricking the Lord. Once the calamity is over, I won't let a single one from the demon realm go. Rising from his chair, Keeper Zun sighs and showed a bittersweet smile on his face. Then I will go ahead and try to contact the Lord. For the sake of the big picture, we have no choice but to do this. Let's just hope that girl doesn't hate us anymore, so we can do this without incident. Time flowed like water for Bai Yan, who had been on this sky mountain for well over a year by this point. She's grown much stronger since then, but despite hitting the peak of the middle divine stage, she's now at a bottleneck and couldn't progress any further. Mother, second brother is picking on me again. Right as Bai Yan's about to take a break, a cuddly and babyish voice calls out to her from the front. This child had a very tender face like a little peach, but those eyes were gorgeous and watery. Though her footwork left a lot to be desired still because of how unsteady she was walking, one could nevertheless tell she would one day grow up to be a fine beauty. Reaching down to pick up the precious little girl, she pinches that nose as a form of play. And how did your second brother pick on you this time? The fruits picked by little Foxy has been taken by him. I also want to eat the sour and sweet fruits. Even though Di Ling Yan girl was about to become 2 years old at the end of this year, she's nevertheless still a child, so it's normal for her to act like a baby. However, her words are already very mature, and could hold proper conversations due to her royal lineage. 1 year later, 5. Her big eyes are watery and full of grievance when looking up at Bai Yan. Mama, second brother eats so much. He took all of the fruits little Foxy prepared for us. Woohoo. I don't like second brother anymore. The way she said that was truly melting to the heart because when she cried, The peachy-faced girl didn't forget to rub her eyes with those tiny hands. Be good, Ling Yan. We only need to have your little Foxy pick some more for you. Bai Yin cuddles her daughter some more to stop that weeping. Truly, of all the things that's occurred over the year, these two babies are her greatest joy and the driving force for removing the gloom hovering in her life due to her eldest's unchanging condition. Mama, mama, I want big brother, big brother. Suckling her own finger like a typical child, Ling Yan's voice was all milky and soft to the ear. I heard from Papa that big brother likes me the most. He will definitely not hog the fruits to himself. In the heart of this baby girl, those who take her food are all big baddies. A ripple plowed through Bai Yan's heart over the stark reminder, aching in her voice. Ling Yan, let's go see your big brother then. I'm sure he will also like to have you accompany him, and I'm sure he will wake up soon if you keep talking to him. It's been so long already, Shachin should be waking up soon. But before the mother and daughter pair could even make it all that far, the baby holding the woman's pinky to walk steadily, Ling Yan had already started to show signs of fatigue. Mama, carry. Staring down at her own daughter. Your big brother could already walk very well by your age back then. How come you are so adverse to walking? Not getting it. Ling Yan continues to plead with those watery eyes. Mama, carry me. Like most mother, Bai Yin would often fall victim to this behavior from their own babies. However, before she could reach down to give the girl a lift, one of the animals nearby had already caved in and crouched down to give her a ride. Likewise, some of the other animals nearby also saw this and came over as well, which in kind made the woman go black in the face because it finally dawned on her. So that's why these two are unable to walk still. It's all because of these animals. They probably never once allowed them to touch the ground. Ling Yan, you must walk by yourself. Retracting her arms, she shifts her gaze over to the animals gathered around themselves with a warning look. And you bunch are not allowed to give her a ride from now on. She must learn to walk on her own, understand? A quiver shook their hearts. Their heads hung lower as a result due to submission. But those pleading eyes of these animals indicated they didn't want to watch idly by while their baby girl struggled. There is no negotiation on this. She snaps, killing all hope of changing this order. Ling Yan, you are a good daughter, and mother here only like good little girls. Are you a good girl? If you are, then we can go see your big brother. Bai Shachin lectures his sibling one. Under the motherly goading of Bai Yan's words, the peachy baby that was Ling Yan didn't resist anymore, and continued to walk towards the wooden cabin located not far from their location. Unfortunately, due to how little she's walked, the girl didn't make it all that far in her toddling state before tripping over a branch. Ling Yan! Bai Yin exclaims in great fright. But before a helping could be extended, the girl had already climbed back up from the ground. Sure, Ling Yan's knee did make a scrape that drew an itsy-bitsy drop of blood, but that's all it took to make her tear up. Hurt. In the end, Bai Yin could only yield under her daughter's pitiful appearance. After all, the girl's only one, barely two by the end of this year. How could she be so harsh on her? Ling Yan, do you want mother here to hold you? Reaching out with open arms, she had every intent to do so, which in kind drew a sparkling look from the peachy girl's eyes who was offered the chance. However, instead of running into those arms like she always did, Ling Yan only hanged her head down and shook it like a rocking drum. I will walk by myself. Unable to resist a smile over that strong will, Bai Yin felt proud of this daughter. Good Ling Yan, you are so good. Come, let's go see your big brother. Inside the wooden cabin, Bai Shachin continues to lay motionlessly atop of the bed prepared for him despite the strong ray of sunlight coming through the window and hitting his face. He's been in this comatose state for all this time, never once showing signs of recovery. Then suddenly, as if beckoned by the world, that little face twitched. After more than a year of this, his eyes opened, popping wide like he's regained his soul and became renewed with life. Squeal! The door to the cabin gets pushed open then and draws the boy's attention. Immediately, his fuzzy eyes were presented with the familiar face of a surprised woman clad in a reddish dress of rose color. Mother! Without any ado, Bai Shachin jumps right out of the bed and threw himself into Bai Yan's body, tightly wounding his arms around her waist. Mother, I feel like I slept for a long time, I miss you. Looking down at her eldest, this poor mother who's been worried sick for all this time finally felt a boulder lift off her shoulder. Shachin, welcome back. Perhaps those were the words need to release the dam inside his memory, but the boy froze in that split second. I remember now. I gave up control of my body to the other me, but how did I return? It can't be. The other me willingly returned control to me? Oh, whatever. As long as I can be with Mother, then I don't care what happened. Mother, I'm so happy to be able to see you again. I had a long dream. I dreamt that I was in a lonely, dark place, unable to find my way out. I really thought I would never be able to see you again. Pursing his lips into a thin line, Bai Xiachen looks up to meet Bai Yan's gaze and realized it wasn't only him who was crying right now, she too as well. Bai Xiachen lectures his sibling too. It's like, this period was all but a dream for the boy, and when he woke up Bai Yan was just like before, standing there and waiting for him to wake up with a smile. Nothing's changed. Big brother is crying, so embarrassing. It's then a milky and childish voice came from the side, catching Bai Xiachen's attention. Twisting his head to one side, he was finally graced with the image of the baby girl. A sweet, sweet peachy baby that made him want to take a quick nibble out of it. Of course, Bai Xiachen had always been one to act on his ideas. Without further ado, he picks the baby up and kisses her on the cheek. Mother, my little sister smells so good. She is far more beautiful than Wang Xiaoping's sister. Looking at her own daughter, Bai Yan really had to wonder where his eldest got this idea. Such a small baby would at most be called cute. Where does he even find the word beautiful to describe one so young? Xiachen, Bai Yan turns to his eldest again. The wisp of resentment occupying your body is now completely integrated into your body. Speaking of this topic, the poor woman undoubtedly felt a sting poking at her heart. That sad and grieving face, how could she ever forget? Perhaps he's able to sense the grief as well. Bai Xiachen gripped the woman's hand and turns the situation around to soothe Bai Yan instead. Don't be sad anymore, mother. I will always be by your side and stay with you. I will also overturn the heavens with you. Pressing down the negative emotions, she forces a faint smile. All right, I believe you. Anyways, are there any changes to your body? I want to make sure you're all right. A momentary daze filled the boy's eye in that second, wrinkling his nose after checking. Mother, I think I can feel a cluster of gas inside me. What? Shocked by the idea, Bai Yin grew frantic and examined her son all over. She's already lost one child before in the past life. She could no longer afford to lose another in this one. Sure enough, the woman did find what the boy was talking about. Instead of a cluster of gas like Bai Xiachen describes it, the oddity was more akin to a cloud of red mist hovering around her son's beast core. Xiachen, do you feel in any way uncomfortable? Asked Bai Yan. No, I don't. We'll find your father later. He should be able to tell what the red mist is, she says after musing over the problem. Unexpectedly though, Bai Yan had just wanted to pull her spiritual feelers out of her boy's body when something strange occurred. The red mist, it started to slowly flow in Xiachen's beast core, nourishing it and helping it grow. Unlike humans who has a dantian when they cultivate, a demon and demonic beast will produce a nucleus core when they grow stronger. Bai Yan's heart shook over this discovery. Is this what the other Xiachen meant by he will help protect me? Needless to say, that assumption would be correct. It's a precious revelation that warmed the mother's heart, but at the same time it brought bittersweet pain knowing she couldn't save both boys at the same time. For that reasoning, her hatred for the Celestial Palace only grew deeper. They will pay for what they did to my family. I will return all the pain they instilled upon me and my son, everything. Mama, don't cry. Finding the tears continuing to leak out, Di Lingyan girl reaches up with her tiny little hands to help wipe that cheek. Bai Xiachen lectures his sibling 3, Xiachen. Understanding she's showing a bad side before her children, Bai Yan hurries to clean herself up. The pain we experienced in the past will not happen again. I won't let it. Those in the Celestial Palace will hurt for what they did. Under those embracing arms, the boy's expression gradually relaxed as well and revealed the iconic bright smile of his from the past. Okay, I believe in you, mother. As long as you say it, I will believe it. When the woman made that vow, a serious flash of killing intent definitely sparked in those eyes. Just that the intent quickly went away when looking down at her children. Come you two, let's go find your brother and father. That drew a displeased pucker from the boy. Obviously Bai Xiachen still didn't forget the suffering this younger brother of his caused to his mother, hence the bad reception. However, in order to not let Bai Yan be unhappy, he could only hold onto his little sister's hand and slowly follow along. Not far away, inside a forested area. Apparently a certain baby silver fox was very much enjoying himself right now. And that was Bai Yan her two kids saw when they arrived at the location. They could see how ridiculous the picture was. Two animals climbing the fruit tree and shaking the branches so the fruits would fall off into the baby fox's mouth. Mother, mother. Noticing the familiar face, the little glutton attempts to crawl over. Unfortunately for him though, he's eaten way too much. In order to move, the only option he has was to lie on the ground and roll over on his tummy, leaving a paw print once he manages to cling onto the woman's skirt. Mama, mama, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat. Bai Yan's face literally went black over her second son's behavior. It's bad enough he's unable to walk and could only roll over. He's now suckling that finger with drool coming out. Wait first, you need to digest what you've eaten. Puckering that lip in displeasure. I'll digest it very quickly. I want to eat meat. I want the meat made by mother. Just that before the gluttonous boy could whine some more, Di Ling Yan had jumped in. Forking her little arms around the waist, the peachy girl was already showing her powerful might from being Deedsong's blood. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Calm bad brother, you took the fruits from me, you are big baddie. Don't give him meat, mother. That's definitely a sore spot for the gluttonous baby boy. Looking towards Bai Yan with those aggrieved eyes of his, he's still salivating despite the fact. Oh, I want meat, what am I supposed to do? Jin Tian, come greet your big brother first. Your big brother is now awake. When I'm not around in the future, the two of you are to listen to him, understand? Blinking those big eyes of his, Jin Tian turns to the mentioned boy who was starting down at himself. With a smile, he reaches out with his small paw. Big brother, how come you've been sleeping for so long and not play with us? Bai Xiachen lectures his sibling for. When Bai Xiachen saw how his little brother's dirty little paws were about to come into contact with his clothes and leave a print, the boy immediately jerked backwards and avoided the close call. Mama, mama. Does big brother not like me? Jin Tian turns to his mother for an answer after grasping at air. He's looking all teary and aggrieved right now due to the treatment. Undoubtedly true. His eldest brother held an improper opinion of this little glutton due to how much pain Bai Yan had to go through in order to give birth. But now upon seeing the tearing up face of the baby boy, not even Bai Xiachen could keep up his iron heart and promptly softened up. How could he not? Don't cry. Bai Xiachen steps back over and stared nervously at those two little paws that's covered in dirt. The way he's acting was like someone heading off to the execution grounds. If you want to grip my robe, then go ahead. That's right, after years of teaching and lecturing from Bai Yan, the future demon prince of this world actually has a phobia against being dirty. If he so much as catches a stain, then it would be akin to torture. But, turning his eyes, Bai Xiachen suddenly got a sweet idea. Afterwards, you are not allowed to bully your sister anymore. And you are not to take her fruits. She is a girl and needs to be doted, you understand? Making a confused face at his older brother, Jin Tian clearly didn't understand all that well but nodded anyways. In his view, whatever Bai Xiachen says was right and couldn't be wrong. Then, I'll be more careful in the future. Satisfied by that answer, the now eldest steam bun actually went ahead to give his younger steam bun a pat on the shoulder like a big adult facing a child. Father said it before, the men of our family must protect the girls in the family. Mother and little sister are girls, so me and you must protect them. Nodding heavily, Jin Tian cries out in compliance using his milky and childish voice. I am a man, I am a man. Now that's a good boy. Giving Jin Tian a good rub on the head as a prize. Remember now, if there's ever a boy daring enough to come near your sister, break his leg. Bai Yan instantly blew up with a plume of black smoke over her own head. She's already seen how Deedsong would get excessively protective of their daughter. And now there's also these two rascals going at it. Why does she feel so sorry for her future son-in-law? Read more chapter on VIP novel. Jin Tian didn't find the logic wrong at all, though in comparison to his mother's view. Nodding with enthusiasm, the baby boy now looked on to his older brother with admiration despite how wrong the whole situation was. Big brother, Papa said you are very strong. Can you teach me how to get stronger? I also want to cultivate and protect Mother and Ling Yan. You're too young right now, wait until you're all grown up first. Bai Xiachen says it like a big adult. Biting his own finger, the little glutton now sounded troubled. Then when can I start learning from you? Caressing his own chin and contemplating. Bai Xiachen apparently didn't think that far ahead and had to take a good moment to come up with an answer. 3 years old. Wait until you're 3, and then I'll allow you to tag along. Right now you're still an immature baby. Bai Yin literally wanted to scream in that second. She almost facepalmed herself because the way her eldest said it right there sounded like he's also a grown-up. In reality, Bai Xiachen's only a child himself, barely a young teen. It's then right as this poor mother wanted to put a stop to this hilarious and silly conversation, she stopped because her eyes had caught sight of that familiar figure up ahead. With silver hair, a purple robe, and a face so handsome it makes the world drool. Song has been standing there and leaning against the big old tree for a while now. It's obvious this demon king was relishing in this intimate moment between his children and his wife. Revenge Plan 1. Yenna. The man's voice may be low and hoarse, but it's powerful with a hint of charm to it, thus causing a seducing effect with his smile. In fact, it's magical to Bai Yan's ear because she just couldn't resist a chuckle from this. Without further ado, both of them rushed towards each other to embrace one another. Bai Xiachen saw this and also strolled towards his parents with Lingyan in hand, but as for the little glutton in the back, poor Jin Tian could only call out in order to not be forgotten. Brother, brother. Jin Tian reaches out with a hand to show what he wanted from his older brother. Unfortunately, Bai Xiachen only shot a glance instead of opening up. You walk on your own. Tearing up in grievance. But you are willing to hold Lingyan, why not me? Is it because big brother doesn't like me? No, Lingyan is a girl so she needs to be spoiled. You on the other hand is a man, you need to learn to walk on your own. At the moment Bai Xiachen has completely forgotten his own experience. Right when he was Jin Tian's age, he too would always whine to have Bai Yan hold him instead of walking on his own. However, the past was the past, this now big steam bun has become a big brother. That meant he needs to act like one and show off the needed requirement of guidance to the younger siblings. Big brother is right, I am a man, I can't be as soft as Ling Yan. Blinking his big blue eyes, Jin Tian thought to himself and grew excited. As such, this little glutton promptly stopped trying to get a hand from his big bro, and instead followed from the side on his own. His determination was proven even when he tripped over a branch. Unlike his sister who would likely cry in this case, Jin Tian only ruffled up his nose and climbed back up to give chase. Mama only hugged Papa. Throwing herself in between the couple, Ling Yan didn't like being left out by her parents once she was close enough. Sure enough, Bai Yan and Song could only break apart in their hug over this interjection. Mama, clinging to her mother's pinky, I also want a hug. Just a small one is enough. Papa is so embarrassing. Always wanting Mama to hug him. Visit our comic site, read novel full. Live in response, Song only felt a black gloom of dread covering his own face. Xiachen, hurry and take your sister away. In the Demon King's view, it was already bad enough he had one son to contend with for his wife's attention. Now he also has a daughter to contend with? Did she forget who wiped her butt and cleaned her as a baby? Doing as told, Bai Xiachen happily obliged the request since that meant he could spend some quality time with his sister. Leaning down, he meets the girl's eye on equal level. Ling Yan, do you want big brother here to bring you out to play? Mother and father have something to discuss right now, so let's not disturb them. Tilting her head over the suggestion. Is there any little fruits to eat? Of course, Ling Yan. Big brother here will bring you anything you want. Just like he says, Bai Xiachen would pluck the stars out of the sky if she asks him of it. How could he not? This adorable little sister was something he wanted for years by this point. Revenge Plan 2. Then I want to eat little fruits. Big brother, take me to pick them, okay? Hooking her arms around Bai Xiachen's neck, Ling Yan starts whining like any typical baby would do. Nodding sweetly over that request, the big steam bun didn't forget to turn back to his little brother who was following closely from the back. Jin Tian, you come too? We will go pick fruits for your sister. By this point Jin Tian has already taken his older brother as an idol, so whatever he says he would do. However, due to his inability to stay stable during his little toddle, the tiny baby would often trip over the rocks or whatever. Thankfully his perseverance was strong and would climb right back up without tearing up. From beginning to end, Bai Xiachen never once lent a helping hand. Bai Yan smiled at her children's playful exchange. It looks like Xiachen has completely grown up this time. He's teaching his younger brother and sister new things. That said, she slowly turns to her own husband before continuing. By the way, Ditsong, have there been any news from State Teacher? Did he find a way to remove the seal on Shaowan Demon Princess yet? Faintly nodding. He wrote a letter some time ago. According to the content, he's found a place that can help lift the seal on my sister. However, it's also very dangerous, so he doesn't want to let her know yet. Pursing her lip into a thin line. Then what about the demon realm? Did anything happen while I was here? The people from the Celestial Palace is incapable of making a move against us just yet. What's more, the ones they really want to deal with is us here, not those living in the demon city. Until they themselves fall, those people won't do anything to the demon realm or its denizens. Hearing this, Bai Yan was quietly relieved inside. Do me a favor, Ditsong, take our children back to the demon city first, and then make a challenge to the Celestial Palace in our name. I'm sure at least 2 or more of those keepers will come knocking at our doors then. Frowning in his face, Ditsong didn't understand why. And you? What are you going to do? Bai Yan sneered. With our current strength, overthrowing the power balance in the celestial realm is out of the question. However, that doesn't mean I can't make those bastards suffer a little loss. Is it going to be dangerous? Ditsong approached his wife to make sure she's not trying to lie on this topic. I don't want you to take any danger. Don't worry, even if there is danger involved this time, I have full confidence in escaping unscathed. You only need to help me distract some of those keepers and I will do the rest. They will definitely puke some blood after seeing what I'm going to do to them. She would never forget those eyes filled with excruciating pain. Nor would she forget the people who died trying to save her in those dreams. Visit our comic site, read novel full. Live Celestial Palace. It's time they settled the debt once and for all. I believe you. As unwilling as he was about letting her go alone, Ditsong eventually gave in, knowing how stubborn this woman was. I'll wait for you to come back. Me and our children will. Making a humming sound, Bai Yan also felt a little worried and quickly added. Remember, Ditsong, I only need you to distract some of those keepers. Don't do anything rash while I'm away. Revenge Plan 3. Okay. If doing so could allow his wife to vent her anger, then Ditsong would let it go this one time. I can promise you that, however, you must also bring Xiachen with you. Only then will I be at ease. I still have other things I need Xiachen to do. Believe in me, Ditsong. Now that Jin Tian and Ling Yan is in this world, I need to work hard to give them a peaceful life. After she says that with clear determination, Bai Yan takes the lead and leans in to kiss her husband to seal the deal. This was the right choice in this situation because Ditsong had already felt restless to begin with, knowing he would leave his wife to fight alone. But the kiss quickly placed that unrest at ease and brought out the puppy wolf in him. Pushing his wife against the old tree, he went all in on the tongue. Yenner, I'll only give you this one chance. If you fail, then I won't ever let you out of my sight again. This woman was his life. If it hadn't been for the disappearance of the grudge inside their son, he would never allow this to take place. Also, don't go up against those demi-divine lord levels. If you encounter any, then just run. I'll come to you right away. This was the last and final bottom line for Ditsong. Drawing a grin on the face after getting her way. I understand, you go back first and get ready. Once those keepers leave the Celestial Palace, then I'll go. Years prior, her own biological mother Bai Ning was able to single-handedly smash into the Celestial Palace, and now she's going to bloodstain that wretched place. I will wait for you at the Demon City. Moving the bang of loose hair from his wife's forehead, Ditsong gives another yearning peck on her lips. Remember, I will only let you act alone this one time, so you must protect yourself, okay? I don't want to see you getting injured and blood-ridden again. Bai Yan's face went rigid. She wanted to say something again, but the Demon King didn't give her chance because he's turned and went in the same direction of where the children left in. For a long while, the lady herself didn't speak as she watched that departing back. Ooh! Suddenly, a whimpering came from the side and brought her back to attention. It's the Celestial Fox, and she's pawing at her like she wanted to say something. What's the matter? Whimpering some more, The fox ran a few steps forward to signal for her to follow. Though a bit taken aback by the instruction, Bai Yen didn't hesitate. After all, she's now built up a good relationship with the animals here. Very soon, the pair had arrived outside a cave. In light of this place being not all that far from where Bai Yen was training until this point, she couldn't say she's noticed the cave at all during her time here. It's awfully strange for her to miss something so distinct in a place she resides. What is this place, Celestial Fox? How come I never noticed this place before? The fox whimpered some more, frowning on the face. You mean this cave only appeared because I broke through to the peak level of the Middle Divine? That drew a heavy nod from the fox, pursing her lips. Then something must be inside. It will take Deetsong some time to lure those old relics over to his side anyways. Let's go in and investigate. That said, her legs had already stepped through the boundaries and into the cave. The cavernous tunnel appeared empty at first, echoing with her every step from the thick walls. However, it didn't take long for that to change because Bai Yan's ear soon picked up the sound of water splashing, similar to the noise of a waterfall. This discovery only made her more excited. Without hesitation, she fastened her feet and continued forward where she soon walked into a fairyland-like place. Revenge plan for this? Stunning. That's the only way Bai Yan could describe this magical place which she found herself in. The reasoning? It's because there are so much rare alchemic ingredients here. Not wanting to waste even a second, she hurriedly pulls out the alchemic book from her storage bag to begin investigating their names. I see, so that's why there are so much amazing herbs and alloys here. It's because of the thick spiritual particles in the air. For humanity and demons alike, they have several ways to bolster their own strength, the main type being ingestion or absorption through the skin. However, plants and inanimate objects are different. They must be bathed in an environment thick with energy like this cave here in order to produce the special properties needed in order to classify them as such. The Enlightenment Dan pill. Damn it, if I want to refine such a pill, then according to this book, I will need to be at the demi-divine lord level. Gripping the pages in her hand with frustration, Bai Yin really wanted to smack herself for being so weak. The Enlightenment Dan pill was one of the long-lost recipes recorded in this medicinal manual, and its uses are to increase the speed of one's cultivation by 100 times without side effects. Issue was her own inability to match the required strength of the refiner. There must be something easier to make in this thing. Unwilling to give up, she swept through the pages in succession. Torrent Dan pill. A pill capable of increasing the user's cultivation speed by 10 times, effective only to those below the demi-divine lord level. Bai Yan's heart shook over this revelation. If only this cave appeared earlier, then breaking through from the lower divine to the middle divine will only need 1/10 of the time I used. Such a pity. Skycore Dan pill? Can help a middle divine break into the high divine? A gasp escapes her throat. Is this what they call a timely rain in a parched wheat field? Just when I need it, the herb field comes. Within this treasure trove, a good chunk of the needed ingredients was already present. Therefore, she didn't waste any time and gathered everything and the equipments out. Demon City. The place hasn't seen a day of peace following Deetsong's departure. Though there hasn't been a massive invasion by the Celestial Palace yet, but there are always people who are fighting to win the title of royal consort. At this moment inside the palace, 2 maids are hanging their heads and sighing over the recent events. The king and queen have been away from for so long. I wonder when they are going to return. I know. I say, why would the king want another consort when the queen is so outstanding? Compared to the queen's beauty, these ladies who came into the palace is worlds apart. And what if those consorts manages to pull the queen down? What's going to happen to the prince then? I have never seen such an adorable and polite child in my life. It'd be such a pity for something to happen to our little prince. Just when the 2 maids were sighing again, a cold and harsh snappy voice cuts in and jerked them to attention. Why are you 2 chit-chatting around for when there's cleaning to be done? Revenge Plan 5. The maid turned white upon seeing who it was. By this point, after a year of rumor and misinformation, most of the palace maids and servants had taken the news as true and didn't doubt it in the least. Moo. Miss Mu Shui, we weren't saying anything. Due to how frightened she was, the maids no longer dared to speak and hang their heads. Frosty in the face Mu Shui, the arrogant leopard girl snaps at the obvious lie. You bunch are nothing but ignorant fools who hasn't seen the real world yet. Nothing but a human woman, how good can she possibly look? Moreover, that son of hers is only a half-breed. That child can only be a useless weakling at best. Only idiots like you two would treat him as a thing. The face of the two maids were undoubtedly very ugly after hearing that pompous and disgusting statement. Unfortunately, due to their fear of Mouchue's supposed identity and possibility of becoming a consort, they didn't dare to retort her. Hurry up and get back to work. If I find out any of you are lazing around, then I will go tell the king to dispose of you too. Without surprise, the two timid maids did exactly just that. Bowing their head, they quickly retreated to carry out their work, afraid the sassy bitch would really go report them. Meanwhile, at the same time in the back mountain of the palace, a door which has been closed for nearly 2 years has finally been opened again. First elder. A guard greets the cheeky and jolly-looking elder after coming over to greet the individual. First elder slightly nods. Did the king return yet? Sadly not. Both the king and queen hasn't returned yet. However, the king did send us a letter and a badge for us to use. The content said as long as we snap the badge in half, then the king will come if we are in need of him. Twitching in his old mouth, the king and queen's been away that long? Alright, I understand then. Don't fret too much on the matter. I'm sure the king and queen will come back soon enough. Anyways, did anything happen to the city while I was in closed-door training? Yes, first elder, there is. The attacks from the celestial realm are getting fiercer and fiercer with every battle. Fortunately, our forces are able to repel them at every turn. Now the only matter left uncertain is the matter of the king taking in a new consort. Shouldn't we settle on the candidates before the king returns? Choose a consort? The elder appeared dumbfounded on the face. When did the king want a consort, and how come I didn't know about this? Outrageous. First elder huffs and snaps out at the guard in utter anger. Who told you such nonsense about the king choosing a consort, and why would he go and take another woman when he has such deep affection for the queen? Now it was the guard's turn to be dumbfounded. The king didn't plan to choose a consort? Then what was the point of those ladies being brought into the palace? Idiots, a bunch of idiots. Shaking across his body due to the inability to express his emotions. If the king wanted to take a consort, then why would he wait until this day? He promised the queen that he will only have her for this life, and knowing how proud the queen is, do you think she will allow other females to serve her husband? With a shudder, the guard plopped to the ground in the next and recalled back to all the rumors over the year. As expected, his back was drenched in cold sweat at the thought. It's over. This time it's over. Tell me, who is the bastard who said the king wants a consort? Grabbing the guard by the collar, the elder roars out with a boom. Is that moron trying to get me killed? Revenge Plan 6. His Majesty gave me control of the city before he left. If it becomes known that I allowed such rumors to float around, then wouldn't it be me who failed? I don't know. The guard gulped. But they are saying the girls brought by the king from before is going to be the consorts. Thought. First elder, I really don't know anything. Almost wanting to smack this idiot before himself, the poor elder was burning fire in those eyes. Go now. Go and investigate who began this rumor. If I hear another person talking about this nonsense, then I want them disposed of. I only hope they can stop yapping their mouth before the king returns. The queen and king went through so much in order to be together. I can't allow something like this to get in between them. If it does, then I'm the one at fault because I didn't do a good job. The guard made a shudder over what he's going to say, knowing it's not what the other side wanted to hear. First elder. I'm afraid it's already too late. Glaring in the eye. What do you mean by that? It's around a year ago. The king's brother-in-law came and demanded to see His Majesty. He had inadvertently learned of the rumors and was very angry, saying he won't let the queen stay with the king. Poor first elder, he could already feel his soul flying away into the sky and leaving his mortal body. The queen's younger brother already found out? In that case then. No. Send our messengers out this instant. Go find Her Highness's younger brother. No matter what, we must clarify the misconception before the king returns. If we don't, then you and I and everyone else will have to offer up our heads, do you hear? Yes, elder. The guard complied and practically bolted it out of the back mountain. rubbing his own temple in frustration and suffering from a headache. These demons are so unreliable. Why can't they keep a simple thing like a rumor down? The king always has to handle everything by himself. Inside the supposed harem of the palace, Mu Shui was continuing her pompous behavior of conducting the other maids around when a rude and harsh voice broke in from the rear. "What are you doing?" Dazed in the face, the leopard girl had to take a good moment to realize the holler was in fact directed at herself. "Me? Of course I am teaching these maids on how to do their job after seeing how lazy they are." The guard's face darkened. "If they're lazy, then what are you?" Now Mu Shui didn't even know how to respond to that. In this girl's view, she's the future consort of the king, so how dare this puny guard tell her what to do? "You don't know who I am?" Asking while pointing to her own nose in shock. The guard coldly snorts. "You are nothing but a maid brought in to serve the little princess. What makes you think you are any different from all the rest here that you can order the others around? Now get moving and work." "You!" Flushing red from anger, Mu Shui couldn't take this. "I am the future consort." "Consort?" Snickering derisively in the face, the guard didn't want to waste time and threw down the truth. "I have already confirmed it with First Elder just now when I went to meet him. The rumors about the king taking in a consort is only just that, a rumor. In this palace, there is only one queen." That cold hard truth instantly causes the girl to go pale. "What did you say?" Revenge Plan 7. First Elder also opened his mouth. "If there are rumors going around again using the consort title, then the punishment will be torture." In a stumble, Mu Shui nearly fell to the ground as she staggered backwards. "It's impossible, it's not possible. It must be the First Elder defending that queen. He's a dog of hers, so this guard must be lying as well." Despite what she felt inwardly, this arrogant bitch from the leopard tribe would never show it openly. She may be pompous and overly proud of herself, but even she knew better than to offend the one in charge right now. As such, the resentment could only be hidden in those eyes. Furthermore, if I find out who is the one spreading all these lies and framing the king, then it's the death penalty to that person. Now Mu Shui has lost all color as the blood drained from her face. A flash of panic quickly filled those eyes, in which she only managed to cover up by hanging her head. If these people really want to check, then they will definitely get back to me as the source. I can't let this continue. I can't let them get their way. The guard left and didn't do much else after throwing this warning out there. However, it doesn't mean others weren't going to come over. Right as Mu Shui felt safe and raised her head again, a beautiful yet strong figure had appeared in front. "I said so before, the king only brought us here to care for the little princess. It's not what you assumed." Mooing, the older sister spoke with disapproving eyes. "And I already promised mother not to throw you out there. But so what if I don't say anything? The fact that the king doesn't have any intent of taking a consort is already enough. They will eventually find out who's making the rumors without me spilling her out there." Irritated by this, Mu Shui shoots a glare at her older sister before speaking in a low whispering voice. "It's just that elder trying to help the queen. If the king had no intention, then why did he summon us into the palace in the first place? Just wait until the king returns, then you will see." "And do you think you will be able to wait until that day comes?" Mooing didn't get taunted and chuckled sarcastically. "First Elder is already starting to investigate the rumors. What makes you think they won't trace the source back to you when you've openly said it before the public?" Growing cold in the face, Mu Shui clearly thought of that and retorted. "Sister, don't forget those maids who came into the palace with us are all from our tribe. Do you think they will rat me out when their family is in the hands of father and mother? If they so much as make a peep, then it's enough for mother to kill them." Her voice sounded all somber and eerie to the ear, but thanks to the departure of everyone nearby, none was able to pick this fact up. "Or are you assuming the elders in this palace are going to get involved with our tribe's internal affair? Besides, First Elder doesn't look like the type to randomly kill others. As long as those demons don't point to me, then what do I have to fear? It's not like that old fart is going to kill every maid they brought in. If that does happen, the king won't let him off either." Mu Ying's expression darkened over her younger sister's lack of care for their own tribeswoman. "Don't forget, there is also those 2 guards from that day. They also heard your speech in the open." Shrugging over the small detail, Mu Shui obviously didn't think it's an issue based on her demeanor. "Then I can just say I overheard it from someone else." First elder only wants to find the source. He never specified who. After I get a scapegoat going, then all will be good. Sister, I advise you to get out of my business. Otherwise you won't be able to escape death once I become the consort. Muing honestly felt numb to the heart over the threat. Honestly, she's never thought her own younger sister would be such a vicious and evil person. Fine, I won't expose you, Mu Shui. But don't say I didn't warn you. The king never said anything about taking a consort, so you better pray for yourself. Giving one last glance at this disgusting girl that was her own blood, Muing was done here. The adorable Di Lingyan won. Looking at the direction of her older sister's departure, Mu Shui's anger only increased until those nails had punctured the palm after clenching so hard. She actually drew blood and didn't even realize it. Just like that, the storm of the Demon King taking in a consort gradually died down a bit after First Elder became enraged by the fact. It's just that. As the saying goes, there wouldn't be waves without the wind. Those who wants to dream would continue to dream, and those who wants to believe would continue to believe. In the eyes of the public, First Elder was firmly in the Queen's camp, so his words weren't taken that seriously. Several days later, a purplish figure descends upon the sky of this city, his silver hair fluttering against the wind and making him all the more daunting to those who dare to gaze upon his existence. The citizens of the city seemed to have sensed this strong aura as well and hurriedly looked up. In an instant, that stunning face was reflected into their eyes and causes the crowd to involuntarily take to the knee. First Elder also noticed this and rushed out of his room like all the rest. When he did so and saw who it was, a happy expression promptly filled his face. Greetings to the king! Greetings to the king! This resonated across the city, thus announcing their king's return. As cold as always in his expressionless face, Ditsong didn't waste any time and descended to the ground. Did anything happen while I was away from the palace? Afraid the others might say something foolish in this case, First Elder jumps the gun and explained. No, sire, there hasn't been anything as of late. The city is at peace right now. Aside from the occasional attacks from the Celestial Palace's people, nothing is notable. Then how about Dragoni and Bai Xiao? Did you manage to locate the two of them yet? The departure of these two were Bai Yan's greatest ache, so as her husband it's only right for him to pay attention. A layer of cold sweat flowed out of the elder's forehead. Dragoni has been found for a while now, and we are currently protecting her from the shadows. As for Sir Bai Xiao, after a pause he grits his teeth and decides to hide the truth. We haven't found him yet. If the king finds out about the rumors, then he will definitely be outraged and might even punish me for failing to stop it. But if I can find the culprit behind it before he learns of the rumors on his own, then I can at least redeem myself. What's more, I only said I didn't find Sir Bai Xiao yet. I never said anything about never seeing him before. That's not a lie. Perhaps Ditsong noticed the strange behavior there. Or he's just that aware of other people's tone, but he definitely pricked his brow. Even so, the Demon King didn't dig deeper and instead changed the subject. Do you all only see me or something? At first the gathered crowd of demons didn't quite get the meaning behind that remark, but they soon realized why. Clinging to Ditsong's respective hands were two tiny soft buns. First Elder was the quickest to react and the quickest to kneel. Greetings to the little prince and little princess. Greetings to the little prince and little princess. Others also followed with that welcoming phrase, but because of Ditsong's existence, none dared to look up to gaze at the two adorable children. The adorable Di Lingyan too. Only then did Ditsong's expression lighten up. From this point forward, with the exception of my queen, the entire demon realm must obey the little princess and prince's command. Those who don't will be killed. The last word there reverberated across the air, causing all those who could hear having their back hair raising up. Furthermore, the doubt in their minds about the king wanting a consort was seriously in doubt at this point. Some are starting to completely lose that idea even. Meanwhile, for the princess herself, Di Lingyan was acting rather nervously by having to stand before so many strangers and in an unknown environment. She's never left the Sky Mountain, nor have she ever left her mother. Aside from her immediate family, the little soft bun has never met another person. Noticing this really quick, Ditsong softens up in his face. Don't worry, Lingyan, this is your home, and your mother has the highest authority here. As her daughter, you can do anything that you wish. Really? The girl asks with sparkling eyes. That's right. Aside from angering your mother, you can do anything to your heart's content. And if anyone dares to go against your will, I will take care of it for you. Unlike the harsh and strict treatment to his eldest son, Ditsong only wanted to pamper this daughter of his. Easing up, Di Lingyan reveals that peachy smile of hers and then grabbed onto her old man's hand. As if I will anger mother, I love her the most. Also, big brother already said, I need to keep those bumpy people like mother away from you, papa. When saying this, the little demon princess didn't forget to gesture to the chest area as if that would help. Due to her extremely young age of barely past 1, Di Lingyan's knowledge of the female and male parts are still limited. Therefore Bai Xiachen had to go out of his way to describe the characteristics of a woman to his younger sister. Bumpy people away? Going black in the face, Ditsong had to hold back the brewing anger inside to avoid scaring his own daughter. Do you mean it was your older brother who taught you this? What sort of nonsense did that stinking brat teach his younger sister? Yes, papa. Big brother said those bumpy people are all bad people if they try to get close to you. Blinking her eyes innocently, Di Lingyan easily sold her big brother out without a second thought. The way she said that could even be called heredity because that's also the same manner in which Bai Xiachen sold his old accomplice Di Xiaowan demon princess out to Ditsong back in the day. What is a bumpy? Di Jintian boy asks with a look of confusion. Why am I not bumpy and why isn't Lingyan bumpy either? Not bumpy? Scratching her own head after her brother's comment, Di Lingyan girl also grew all confused in the face. It's probably because me and mother are not the same sex either. Now Ditsong's already black face had grown distraught. If someone would have to describe the Demon King's expression, it would be someone having their jaw dropped and eyes popping out in disbelief. How did it turn out like this? All I did was leave these two in the care of that rascal for a little bit, and they're already turning out this way. Afraid his 2 children would spell out something even worse from those little mouths of theirs, Ditsong hurries to change the topic. Didn't you two say you were hungry? Let's go, Papa here will get some really delicious food for you too. Like any children of their age, food was the best lure to divert their attention. This was especially true for Jin Tian the little glutton. He's literally drooling at the mention of food. Coming before First Elder with his kids in tow, Ditsong was about to make the command when he noticed the increased level of nervousness from the other side. What's wrong? Why are you so afraid of me? Are you hiding something? The adorable Di Lingyan 3. I wouldn't dare. Awkwardly forcing a laugh to calm himself, First Elder really wanted to make himself disappear right now. Is there anything else you need of me, sire? Let the maids I chose for my daughter to come over. I have something to say to them. Yes, sire. Bowing his head, First Elder readily complied and went to carry out the order. It didn't take long for the set of ladies to arrive due to being organized into one courtyard. Greetings to the king, princess and prince. Among the gathered ladies here were of course Mu Xia. She's nearly cracked her own teeth due to the strong level of resentment coursing through those veins. The queen really gave birth to a little princess? Maybe. It's just a coincidence. Even if the king has amazing power, there's no way he can predict the future and foresee his own child's sex. In light of her own thoughts, Mu Xue had at least enough awareness to realize trying to show her true emotions here right now would be a death sentence. In the end, the leopard girl continued to keep her head down in order to avoid eye contact. From this point forward, all of you are to serve my daughter the princess here. If anything happens to her, then I won't let any of you go. The crowd shuddered under that threat and kept their heads even lower. Furthermore, I do not want to see any man get close to or approach my daughter. If there are any violators, then the crime will apply to those who failed in this as well. When he chose these maids for his precious gem of a daughter, Ditsong specifically vowed to himself that no brat would get near. What if they teach her the wrong things and snatch her away while she's young? That would be terrible. Yes, your majesty. The maids answered in unison but with a nervous note mixed into their voices. Unlike when First Elder attempted to squash the rumors, this time Ditsong really did kill it off in its entirety. After all, rumors are rumors, this order here was the real deal. As for Mu Xue, she's being devoured by jealousy at this point. Not even she could deny the fact that her own belief has been crushed. Nothing but a half-breed born of a human woman. Why does the king like this runt so much? Mu-Ying naturally saw through to her own younger sister's thought pattern there. However, when she saw no noticeable change or outburst from the other girl, this eldest sister undoubtedly felt relieved, both for herself and her tribe. First elder, also go find some more people to take care of the little prince. It's then that Ditsong got to caring for his youngest boy. Jin Tian is still young. I don't want anyone using his ignorance to their advantage. Unlike his trust in his daughter being all innocent, this father had a different opinion about his boy though. When it comes to the male of his family, Ditsong certain both by Xiachen and Jin Tian would eventually want to learn about the differences between men and women. By then what if multiple girls try to seduce his son and use him? That's out of the question because the men of his family could only have one wife just like himself. Others did not understand the meaning behind their king's word. But first elder did. Without saying a word to explain to the others, "Yes, sire, I will gather the necessary people for the little prince. I will also make sure they teach His Highness the needed lessons." "Then go now." "Yes." Arching his fist, the elder left without delay. Due to not foreseeing the new baby being a set of twins, no servants were prepared for poor Jin Tian by Ditsong. However, what this palace didn't lack were male guards. For that reasoning, it didn't take long at all for First Elder to organize a set of people he deemed worthy of teaching the new prince. Ling Yan. The adorable Ling Yan for. The little glutton ignored the guards brought over to serve him and instead stumbled over to his sister's side. Hand extending. "I want to be with Ling Yan." This? Unsure of what to do in this case, First Elder turns to his king and got a shake of the head as the answer. For Ditsong it's fine if the twins want to stay together. As long as the one feeding and caring for his children are these maids and guards, then it's all the same. "Come with me." The Demon King signals for the elder to follow him into the study. "It's time I started preparing for the mission Yenner gave me." In a blink of an eye, both of the commanding figures were gone, leaving only the kids and servants behind. "All right, all of you can go down now. I will take care of the little prince and princess," Mu Shui says after seeing her chance here. Based on what she saw, the king loves the two kids the most. If she could somehow please them, then becoming the consort would be a piece of cake. Or that's what this leopard girl believes in anyways. For the other maids that was arranged for Ling Yan, they are all from the leopard tribe, so they would of course listen to Mu Shui's words. However, that's not the case for the palace guards who remained still along with Mu-Ying, frustrated over her elder sister's behavior. "Did you not hear me or what? The princess and prince will be taken care of by me. You are not needed." Mu-Ying didn't pay any heed to that outburst and just kept quiet. She's not dumb enough to leave not knowing what her vicious younger sister would do. What if she hurts the royal family? That would be catastrophe to the tribe. Red in the face after finding no movement, Mu Shui turns to the kids for help. Prince, my name is Mu Shui. I've been tasked with caring for you too. I know how to make a lot of tasty food, so tell them you only need me, okay? Which child doesn't like to eat? I only need to seduce these little rascals with food, then they will cooperate with my plans as I see fit. Jin Tian, the little glutton, was the first to respond by taking a step back despite his love for food. Ling Yan, her smile is so scary I'm scared. Is she the so-called bad people mentioned by Big Brother? Staring the girl up and down, Ling Yan wrinkles up her nose and placed both hands around her own chest. There's no Bumpy here though. Big Brother said only those with Bumpy is the same gender as mother. Mu Shui's face instantly went green. True, she's flat-chested, but there's no reason for these two rascals to make fun of this fact, right? Oh. Jin Tian nods in agreement with his sister. That explains why she's not as beautiful as mother then. It's because she doesn't have Bumpy. You! Mu Shui's expression instantly darkened. Right as she's about to lash out and snap, the glaring looks from the nearby guards promptly stopped her in her tracks. Gulping and forcing a dry smile. What are you talking about? Of course I am a woman. What is a woman? Ling Yan asks, blinking her eyes all innocently. Is it edible? Looking at her innocent appearance, it's really hard to guess the little soft bun meant anything else otherwise, yet it was devastating to the heart and crushing to the receiver's esteem. Finally unable to bear this nonsense, Mu-Ying steps forward and got down to ground level with the two kids. Smiling kindly in the face. Both Highnesses, I am Mu-Ying, A maid your father the king tasked in caring for you too. It's getting late already. Mind if I take you to have dinner? There's some very tasty dishes I'm sure you will like. The adorable Ling Yan 5. Jin Tian blinked and blinked as he spoke. Ling Yan, she has bumpy on her body. Does that mean she's one of those bad people mentioned by Big Brother? Giving a serious look over mooing the older sister, the little peachy princess shook her own head. She did not get close to Papa, so she's not a bad person. Big Brother said, do not let those bad people get close to Father, otherwise Mother will be angry. For the little peachy thing, those who provoke or anger her mother are all bad people. Therefore, while they are alone here, she must listen to Bai Xiaoqin's words of keeping the female gender away from Ditsong. Oh! Nodding like he understands, Jin Tian the little glutton didn't have any objection to the logic. Papa always said Ling Yan is clever, so she shouldn't be wrong. It's then a low growling voice came from the tiny boy's stomach. Without delay, the little glutton reverts back to his silvery fox appearance and lying there on the ground. This sudden change instantly sent Mu Ying into an alarmed state, of course. She didn't know what's going on or if she would be blamed for all this, which only made her face white and fearful. Don't be afraid, my second brother is always like this. Whenever he gets hungry, he will revert back to his fox form like this. Smiling brightly without any hint of ulterior motive, Ling Yan had the look of the perfect little girl, sighing in relief that it's not her own fault. Then please follow me, your highnesses, I will guide you two to the dining room. Grabbing the tail end of her brother, Ling Yan happily toddled behind her new maid. Perhaps it's the thought of immediate food being on the table, but her eyes are also showing more interest than before. Mu Shui, on the other hand, was seething with jealousy at this moment after being left behind. Humph, what a hypocrite. Say you don't have feelings for the king? Then why are you trying to please the two highness? Damn bitch, just you wait. With average looks like yours, the king will never like you. After that resentful thought, this spiteful girl then narrowed her eyes down into a glare towards where the princess was leaving. If the little princess is this cute, then that means the queen can't be too far off. Compared to myself, which of us is going to be on top? What am I thinking? The king is that handsome. The gene must be from the king himself. There's no way that human woman can be anything more than average, just like that blasted Mu Ying. Thinking up to here, this resentful and overly confident wench that was Mu Shui has gained a new light in those eyes. She's firmer than ever and was determined to win over Ditsong. Sooner or later that man is going to be mine, and everything that he controls will also be mine to wield. In her view, whether it be Bai Yan, Mu Ying, or the royal family, they're all her stepping stones to greatness. Heck, Ditsong was also a stepping stone. Just that she doesn't realize it yet. After she squeezed the use out of everyone knew her, she would readily toss them aside and move on. Giving one final glance at the peachy princesses departing back, Mu Shui huffs a snort and turned away like a proud peacock. Maybe it's because she's been so obsessed with her own thoughts lately, or she's just that oblivious when the vile and jealous side comes out, but everything she did just now was under the careful scrutiny of those guards picked out by First Elder today. They all saw her behavior and was contemplating on how to report this to their liege. Study room of the palace. Due to how oppressive the atmosphere was in this room, First Elder had started to act all uncomfortable and shaky. Did the king hear already? Did he find out about the rumors? But this isn't right either. If he knows, then he would have exposed the whole thing before everyone. Why bring me to the study? Ditsong's provocation 1. Sire, is there something you need for calling me in here? First Elder asks with a restless tone. Did nothing really happen while I was away? Smirking at the uncomfortable appearance of his subordinate, Ditsong could tell something's bothering the old demon. Feeling a rock drop in his old heart, the elder makes a guilty expression. Truth is, after you and the queen left the city, Sir Bai Xiao came to see you. Immediately, a flicker of frost flashed within Ditsong's narrowed-up eyes. Bai Xiao came to the city? Yes, the elder replied timidly. But after hearing you and the queen were away, he left immediately. I couldn't stop him because I was in closed-door training and only became aware of this recently. In the end, this old man still felt it's best for himself to keep the rumors away from the limelight. He's just too afraid of what would happen if he blew that out there before this man. For a long time, no words were exchanged between the two of them until it got very awkward. Regarding the matter of my brother-in-law, I will personally handle it by sending my own subordinate. Right now I want you to complete another matter I have on hand. Please instruct me. Kneeling on the ground, First Elder readily complied. Pass the message down, say in 3 days, I'm holding a gathering and is inviting those from the Celestial Palace to attend. Let's see if those bastards will actually have the courage to attend. The most direct way in bringing those people would be to send a challenge. And it must be known to all to work. Yes, sire. Though a bit surprised by the order, First Elder didn't question his liege's command. Without hesitation, he left to carry out his mission, murmuring to himself as he watches that old departing back. Yenner, I have given you a chance now, the only chance I will give you. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Com. Right after leaving the study, the old elder had intended to go begin preparations for spreading the word when he got stopped by one of the guards. First Elder. Frowning in the face. What happened? Did something happen to the prince and princess? No, First Elder. It's something else regarding the maids tasked with caring for the princess. Among them is a maid called Mu Shui. She's unwilling to follow the order given and attempted to drive away the other maids in order to monopolize the princess. This news made the old senior darken up in the face. He's lived for many years, so he's well aware of what that maid intends to do. Leave them for now. There's many more important matters to handle first in the palace. However, have some of the guards keep an eye out for those maids. I'm suspecting the source of those rumors is somehow related to that group. Eyes narrowing in, First Elder felt frustrated at how many things there are to do for himself. Otherwise, he would have dug deep into this matter and pull out the one responsible for his own troubles right this instant. Yes, Elder. The guard obeyed and left without struggle. Deetsong's provocation, too. Sitting inside a wonderland-like valley, Bai Yin was entirely focused on her task at hand when a rumbling thunder struck her head, causing her hands to tremble heavily and partially losing control of the cauldron in front. This condition continued even until the last moment of her refinement, but in the end, she's done it. The pills inside the container was completed, and it smelled amazing. Sky Cordan pill, it's finally finished. Making a heavy heave with her breath, Bai Yin felt a weight off her shoulders as she held the 5 little beads in her palm. It's taken a lot of efforts on her part to complete this creation, and there's no better time to take it than right away. Sitting cross-legged, she pops one into her mouth and felt an incredible amount of power surging from within. Maybe it's the scent of the pills that's attractive, but after making themselves scarce during the entire refinement process, the animals of the Sky Mountain finally decides to pop their heads out. It's just that. Right then, from above their heads, a loud rumbling thunder appeared again. It's terrifying for these creatures who's never experienced anything like this, which they quickly hid again as a result. Thankfully, the breakthrough trial didn't last very long. Only a couple of minutes and it was over. However, the changes in Bai Yan's body was on a whole new level. She's now at the high divine stage. This isn't enough. If I want to deal with those from the Celestial Palace, I need to prepare several more things just in case. Faintly furrowing her brow, she once again turns to the alchemic book in her possession. Through the various pages and recipes, there are many Bai Yan could try making right now to help her cultivation. However, that's not the type she needs. The kind she's looking for was the type that could help make a difference during intense combat. Metal Heart Dan pill can make the heart hard as metal. Unless the opponent is a demi-divine lord ranked, they cannot injure me on the spot. The effects will last for half an hour. Afterimage Dan pill can boost the user's speed to incredible levels. It's a good pill to use if I want to run away from my opponent, but other than that, it won't help if my foe is much stronger than me. Caressing her own chin, Bai Yin continues to read the book until she eventually stops at a page near the end. Demi-Divine Dan pill, able to push the user's strength directly into that level. But the side effects are extremely dangerous. Not only will I not be able to get out bed for months, each person can only consume this once in their lifetime. In other words, whether it be this pill or other type of forceful recipes that can increase her strength for short durations, she could only take them once out of precaution. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Calm, clenching her fist over this bad news. I'll save this for backup. I can't waste this unless I have to. This time I will make those bastards pay a heavy price. Ooh. Finding it safe to come back out, The celestial fox decides to come up and lick Bai Yan's hand. Its face said it all, she's sorry for hiding and such. Deetsong's provocation 3. After some more back and forth between the two of them, Bai Yan eventually got the gist of what this little fella wanted. You are saying you want to leave with me? A heavy nod comes from the fox. She has been in this place for many years already, she's long grown tired of it. Now that a chance has come for her to leave, there's no way this celestial fox would give it up. Smirking at her little friend's behavior. Don't you hate men in general? If you leave with me, then you are bound to meet a lot of men in the outside world. Can you guarantee you're able to control that temper of yours? That brought a wave of hesitancy in the fox. However, it's only a brief delay before she nodded firmly again. All right. Then can you contract with me? Bai Yan asks with a happy grin. The fox nodded again, of course. After a year of sharing this valley with Bai Yan, she's long grown a strong attachment to this woman and her 2 children. Take these days for example, having no company to play with was killing the celestial fox. Very well then, relax yourself while I complete the soul bond with you. Closing her eyes, Bai Yan sent a part of her soul into the fox's head and promptly signed a contract like she always does. Unexpectedly for the celestial fox, once that was done, she felt an odd and confusing sensation circulating across her own body and memories. Why? Why does this human soul give me such a familiar feeling? Oh, why can't I remember anything? Knocking her own head in frustration, the celestial fox wanted to shake away this confusing and uncomfortable state. If only Bai Yan paid more attention to her new familiar's behavior in that moment, she would have dug deeper to find out why. Unfortunately, she wasn't. The lady's too busy harvesting some more herbs for the next batch of pills she's going to refine. At the same time over in the celestial palace, the keepers are all outraged while gathered together. Those demons got some nerve, how dare they provoke us? Keeper Ling says that with a dreadfully dark expression, his words seething with anger at those he considered enemies of this world. Keeper Zun was similarly the same in his tone despite being the kindest of the bunch. We were planning to go persuade the Demon King to produce a young fox for us anyways. This might be a good opportunity to do just that. However, I do not recommend only one of us attending considering how cunning and sly that person is. I'm sure some sort of trap is lying in wait for us. They wouldn't, right? The demon realm may have weakened considerably compared to before, but they were once considered a realm equal to the celestial realm. Doing that would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. Another keeper wearing a teal-green robe asks the others with a gloomy face. And why wouldn't they? Keeper Ling surprisingly agrees with his counterpart Keeper Zun for once. You think the demon realm is strong? Remember, back then Deetsong exhausted his powers in order to resurrect that girl's soul. Otherwise, why would we be able to seal the demon realm until today? Gripping his fist, this senior who has been known to have a temper towards his enemies felt frustrated and angered for not being able to destroy the threat in the past. And don't forget that Demon King is a fox. Foxes are inherently sly and devious. Even if he's weakened and not at his prime, I'm sure there are many tricks he's conspiring to use against us. The gathered group were quiet without objection to that idea. True, in their view the fox race are all cunning and sly creatures that would use everything in their means to defeat a foe, even if it's underhanded and dirty. Deetsong's provocation 4. So, Keeper Ling seemingly calms down somewhat in his voice. I, Keeper Zun and Keeper Hyun will go together. The others here will remain in the palace in case anything happens. The others didn't object to the idea after some thought and felt it reasonable, though they did have opinions about the matter, but they too understood there weren't any better options. Keeper Ling, when will we set out then? Keeper Hyun, who normally don't speak up, asks after slowly getting off the seat. We will set off now since the Demon King set the date to be 3 days from now. The grumpy keeper snickers a sneer at the impending gathering. In Keeper Ling's view, it would greatly hurt the Celestial Palace's credibility if they refused the invitation. Moreover, he also needs to confirm it in person if that Demon King was the real deal or some fake. But, Keeper Hyun pauses over his own words. What if this matter becomes known to the Celestial Lord? How do we solve that? Celestial Lord. The room turned silent over that title and grew unnervingly creepy in the air. Do you really think that the Celestial Lord loves that woman to that extent? Clenching his fist until it's making a crunching sound, Keeper Ling's anger started to boil over again. Do you think he will go that far for her? Isn't that the case? Despite the firm belief from the elder, the others in the room weren't so sure on this topic. After all, the Celestial Lord did and continued to leave them for 1,000 years just for her. That's a fact. Ho ho, you are all foolish. Snickering a grin, Keeper Ling went ahead to explain his reasoning. Did you forget how we won the war back then? For the sake of this world, for the sake of the celestial realm, the Lord abandoned her back then. And for the same reasoning, he will do it again. That's right, the Lord has the world in his heart. There's no way he would abandon everyone for the sake of a single woman. That finally settled the matter for the rest of the keepers. Sure, they are in agreement one woman couldn't possibly compare to the whole wide world, but they are also aware of how much regret that incident back then caused Chui God. Keeper Ling didn't care for what the opinion was at this point. He only wants to see it for himself. Walking out of the room, he snarls sarcastically. Demon King, I like to see how much ability you have left after 1,000 years. This time, even if the Lord tries to stop me, I must send the demon realm and its foul abominations into destruction. Regarding the date set 3 days later, Ditsong actually didn't send it directly to the Celestial Palace. Rather, it's to the entire Celestial Realm. Even if these keepers respected their Celestial Lord, their pride and esteem would never allow them to ignore the provocation. At this moment, not far from the Celestial Palace, a certain teal dragon was hovering above the sky, its head carrying a majestic white tiger while flying. White Tiger, Mistress said the place should be here. Tsingy the azure dragon gazes down at the open land with cold harshness. This is the bordering area around the Celestial Palace with lots of disciples living here. You say, what if we destroy this place? What will those people feel? Isn't it obvious? Those bastards will probably come chasing us once they find out we trashed their territory. Little Rice proudly proclaims, his appearance mighty and strong in his grown teenage form. But I'm a good tiger, I always listen to Mistress. Since she doesn't like this place, I'm going to ruin this area for her sake. The thought of 2 years ago whereby Yen suddenly removed the connection between himself and her still lingered in the tiger's heart. So right after he got word from her to attack this place, this loyal cat wasted no time to come here. Ditsong's provocation 5. Mistress said there's likely a barrier around here. Otherwise the Celestial Palace wouldn't dare to let their disciples come here to train. Blinking his tiger eyes after saying that, Little Rice then falls in a contemplative expression. But, I think I have a way to get in. Celestial Palace. A series of hurried running footsteps quickly shattered the quiet here. Respected keepers, something big has happened. A guard barges through the doorway and enters the gathering hall, which made the gathered seniors here frown at the intrusion. What happened to make you come in such a rush? A yellow-robed keeper asks with an unhappy voice. It's about the area where the most talented disciples are training in. They've been attacked by a white tiger and green dragon. The strength of both demons are at the high divine. If something isn't done right away, I fear it will be too late. What? The faces of these people all changed greatly over the horrible news. Green dragon and white tiger? Aren't those the demon generals? Why are they still alive in this world? The yellow-robed keeper clenches his teeth and fought to press down his anger. Are you sure those two are what you described? Yes, please make your decision, respected keepers. If we wait any longer, then those talented disciples might be completely wiped out at this rate. But the bad news doesn't stop coming. Before these seniors could comment or come to a decision, another guard of this place had come running in to report. Respected keepers, the back mountain's herb garden has been destroyed by someone. Their expressions were already ugly to begin with. Now it only got worse and became drearily dark and dangerous. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Those demons got some nerve. Do they think just because we accepted the Demon King's invitation that we don't have anyone left in the Celestial Palace? The yellow-robed keeper continues to ask for more info while struggling to keep himself from snapping. Who did it? Is it the demons who destroyed the herb garden in the back mountain? The guard meekly replied. It's a child that looks to be about 7 or 8. He's not incredibly strong, but that child is surrounded by demonic beasts. Among the pack is one that's at the high divine level. Keepers, should we send people of similar strength to go capture those intruders? Turning to his peers, The yellow-robed keeper didn't speak right away this time. Instead, he's thinking up a plan on the best course of action. Everyone, right now the Celestial Palace only has us left here. It used to be that old coot who is the strongest among us, followed by Keeper Ling and Keeper Zun, but all three are unavailable to help in this case. Keeper Fire, Keeper Rock, the two of you will take that white tiger and green dragon. Though both of them were only at the peak of the high divine in the past, but it's been many years since then, we don't know how powerful they truly are. For insurance sake, both of you need to take absolute precaution and not underestimate them. That said, he then turns to the remaining people in the hall. As for the intruders in the back mountain, I, Keeper Sky and Keeper Wu, the three of us will go handle that boy and his pack of monsters. I speculate the child is likely the Demon King's child, the current prince. If we capture him, then it will be a great card for us to use in our upcoming plan. Good granddaughter, you've returned one. A flash of killing intent flickered within the yellow-robed keeper's eye. He's never found the practice of Keeper Ling to be wrong. In his view, the demon realm and its creations all deserve to be treated the same, and that's crushed firmly under their feet. Keeper Red, you stay at the palace. The order was directed towards an old lady. Though her contour has been well maintained without much wrinkles at all, but that white in the hair told everything one needs to know about her true age. After instructing everyone he needs to instruct, the two groups promptly sped towards the back mountain and training area. At this time above the herb mountain, a dragon with a strange head was hovering in the sky while carrying a young boy on its back. As the leading head of this pack, Dragon Flame watches on as the rest of the weaker monsters trampled across the garden, trying their very best to wreak as much havoc as possible. For the defenders of this mountain, they from the Celestial Palace naturally felt outraged at being unable to stop this. They wanted to fight, but their bodies were well beyond exhausted and injured to move anymore after being knocked down so many times. Pa! It's then the old goat saw the resentful eye from a person below and slapped him across the face. Due to this, the poor guy got sent flying and landed several meters away, blood spitting out from the mouth. When did I, the great dragon god, allow you to stare at me with such eyes? You humans here are all nothing good. Want to slaughter the demon realm? Now I'll let you know what it means to offend our kind. Also, this Celestial Palace really is useless, sending all these weaklings that can't do shit to this back mountain. Every word he threw out were like knives for these defenders because it's the facts right now. They are proud people who already felt humiliated for being stationed in the mountains. Now they aren't even worthy of doing that in the eyes of these animals. Dragon Flame, those bad people from the Celestial Palace should be coming soon. We should leave first. Bai Xiachen says, remembering clearly the main objective of this mission wasn't to fight, but to lure the remaining keepers away. Puckering that goat mouth displeasingly, Dragon Flame shoots one final glare at the humans beneath himself before giving in. So where are we going now? Go and meet my mother. Taking out a medicine bottle and tossing it over to the old goat. Mother said to use this when we need to run. It's a type of pill that can increase the user's speed, so hand them out to the rest of the demons down there. Read more chapter on VIP novel. If there wasn't such a pill in her possession, then Bai Yan might not allow her son to do this thing on his own. After all, it's no secret regarding the importance of her son and the temptation of capturing him. Okay. A pill each. After handing it out, every one of these demons were elated to find their bodies amazingly light after consuming the item. Good granddaughter, you've returned too. After issuing everything out, Dragon Flame wasted no time to move on to the next step of destroying this place. In one full breath, he ignites the entire mountain in a thick layer of flame using his own fire. Little master, the people of the Celestial Palace are all evil. There's no reason to grieve for them. They've all stained their hands with the blood of us demons, so it's best to kill them here before they turn around and bite us in the back. The old goat says after noticing the saddened expression along the boy's face. Furthermore, it's a good way to delay more time by killing these defenders. Pinching his lips into a thin line of unhappiness. I understand your approach, but this is a whole mountain's worth of herbs here. Those plants are all innocent. Now they're all wasted because it's burned. Imagine giving it all to Mother. How great would that be? Looking at the boy's regretful expression, Dragon Flame just couldn't stop twitching in the corner of his mouth. Originally, the old goat believed the kid saddened over the loss of life. Yet it turns out it's the polar opposite. Clearly he's overthinking things and worrying for nothing. Oomph, making a dry cough. He pulls out a storage bag and hands it over. Although I'm not an alchemist like your mother, but I can still distinguish between the herbs giving off a strong spiritual presence. I picked the couple I deem valuable in there so you can give her these. That great news instantly turned that frowning little face into a happy one. Then we should hurry, I don't want mother to wait long. Remember, from now on everything you do must be in the best interest of mother. In the eyes of this son, Bai Yin was his most important person, so whether it be materials or manpower, he would always want to offer only the best. Just like that, the group left as fast as they came, leaving no traces of their presence once gone. At the same time as well, all was quiet after most of the keepers has left the celestial palace. Most didn't know why they had left in such a rush, but they didn't need to because a loud smacking bang quickly occupied their minds after the front gate was blown apart. Running outside, they were all met with a beautiful woman floating there in the air. She wore a blood-red dress, expressionless and cold in the face, and her features were oppressive and dangerous to the eye. Who dares to come make trouble at the celestial palace? An enraged voice booms out from within, followed by a group of heavily armed guards brandishing some very shiny weapons in their arms. Unexpectedly though, instead of attacking right away like they should, these men only showed shock along their faces once they got a better look at the assailant. Why does this 20-something-year-old looking woman look so much like that Bai Ning? You. Who are you? It's understandable for these men to react this certain way. Several years back, Bai Ning had personally attacked the Celestial Palace, while the keepers were in closed-door training, and wreaked havoc to the defenders. The bunch here was among the survivors, so the experience was still considered a nightmarish taboo for them. Who am I? Smirking with contempt in her smile, Bai Yan's eyes grew frosty. Of course someone who is here to kill you. Of course someone who is here to kill you. Good granddaughter, you've returned 3. Bang! This time the lady in the air no longer waited for the crowd to speak. Raising a long sword, she slashes down with roaring ferocity and sends those unable to dodge into a pool of blood. The remaining individuals were stunned by this horrific picture, only staring upwards at the increasingly dark image of the female who gave them fear and a sense of dread. Hi, divine? This woman is actually in the high divine level. Quick, go call the guardian knights. But, due to Bai Yan's incredible level of aura swarming over the entire place, these people in fact didn't need to shout for help. Before they knew it, a squadron of heavily armored soldiers had rushed out from within again. Unlike the last group though, these people are clearly well trained based on their uniformed footsteps. Girl, you've only recently broke into the high divine level. How dare you come make trouble at the Celestial Palace? Don't think it will be so easy to leave after causing this much damage. Speaking out was a middle-aged man who led the knights in front. Even if the keepers had left, there are still plenty more powerful individuals within the premise. For example, these guardian knights are the elites of the elites, each wielding power equal to a high divine in their own respective way. But I Wu Ling will never kill an unnamed individual. Now tell me, what is your name, girl? Flickering with light in those eyes, this knight by the name of Wu Ling locks onto Bai Yan like a hawk. There's really no other reason for this man to be so obsessed with formalities. It's because he hates Bai Ning from the hearts down. When the lady besieged the Celestial Palace back then, he too was at the forefront defending this place. Sadly for him though, he too suffered defeat despite using all the resources at his beckoning. Now that another woman has come and looks so similar, how could he not be obsessed? Bai Yin on the other hand wasn't so patient as to cater to some nobody though. Wielding her Godslayer, the sword continues to grow bigger and bigger until it covered the entire sky on her location. You are unworthy of knowing my name. Boom! Wu Ling was shocked as that gigantic blade came swinging down at himself. Without hesitation, he retreats up to several meters to one side just so he could narrowingly avoid the attack. However, that's not to say the couple of people next to him were so fortunate. They were squashed like ants under that mass of metal, thus turning them to mush. This shocked everyone involved, especially the leading knight that was Wu Ling. He may not know the makeup of that blade, but he does know his peer's strength. Among one of the knights that got killed there was a low-level high divine, just like Bai Yan herself. Imagine being killed in one hit, that's ridiculous. That sword. What is it made up of? Kill, kill, kill. It's then right when everyone's expression was looking terribly ugly due to what has happened. A mad crazy laugh interrupts their focus. As a result, even Bai Yan has had to turn to the side and see what's going on. Coming out was an old coot wearing a set of ragged-looking clothes. His hair messy like a bird's nest and clapping that hand with excited glee. Awesome! These bunnies should all be killed. Ha ha ha. Against this strange picture, Bai Yan couldn't help but frown at the stranger. Likewise, the old coot also noticed the woman and gazed upwards. But unlike the former who was frowning, he actually started to stutter in the mouth when speaking like a rock stuck in the throat. Bai. My good granddaughter, you're back, you're back. I knew it. How could you have left your grandpapa behind? I knew you would return. Demi-divine pill 1. Are you referring to me? Bai Yan finally asks after growing hesitant but did so anyways due to the intense look from the old coot. Bye. You don't recognize me? I'm your grandpapa. Is it because of them? Did you lose your memories because these bastards killed you? It must be them. Growing maddeningly red in the eye, the crazy old coot gradually shifts his gaze towards the back mountain where some of the keepers were currently at. But that quickly changed when he turns back to Bai Yan. This time there's only kind warmness in his voice. Good granddaughter, don't be afraid of those bastards. Your grandpapa here will protect you. I won't let them hurt you. Instantly, a wave of aching pain filled Bai Yan's heart when staring at this old man's appearance. She couldn't stop it nor know why she's so emotional to the point it's suffocating. No, I can't procrastinate any longer. I must hurry and deal with these guys before those keepers come back. Thinking up to here, Bai Yan's indecisive mindset swiftly firmed up. I am not that granddaughter you keep mentioning about, you've got the wrong person. I got other things I need to deal with, can you leave this place first? Wrong person. The old coot's eyes suddenly got dull like the soul just left him. No, how can I recognize the wrong person? You are my good granddaughter. I am not wrong. Bye, do you still blame me for what happened back then, for not being able to protect you? Is that why you won't recognize me? He then extended his hand out like a child wanting to plead for forgiveness. Ooh, bye, I know my wrong, so don't leave me behind. The more he sobbed, the more painful and heart-aching it was to the ear, like he's trying to convey the pain and loneliness he's suffered over the years. For the only company Bai Yan brought along, which was the celestial fox, she didn't like the way was panning out at all. For one thing, the keepers who went to the training ground in Demon City wouldn't return as quickly even if they got the message. However, those who went to the back mountain could easily return in no time at all. For the sake of her mistress and herself, the fox hurried to lick the lady's hand to remind her to move it lest they get trapped here. Celestial fox, you take this old man and leave this place first. I'll come after I finish up here. Bai Yan orders after understanding the issue here. Oh woo. Complying by jumping down from her shoulder, the fox wasted no time to bite down at the old coot's robe to drag away. But the dull dazed state of this crazy old coot wouldn't last long. After a short distance, he suddenly regained himself and pushed the fox away to run back over to Bai Yan's spot. Bye, good granddaughter, grandpapa will not leave you. I will never leave you again in this life. Boom! Read more chapter on VIP novel. Calm before more could be said, Bai Yan had already brandished her Godslayer to release its power. As a result of that, the recoiling force had sent the old elder flying back several steps. Impudent wench! Wu Ling sneered, drawing his own sword as well to confront the lady. Unlike his peers, this leading guardian knight moved like lightning. With one leap and he was already in front of Bai Yan, his blade aiming straight for her face. Demi-divine pill, too. Bai Yan immediately raised her Godslayer to defend herself. With a loud bang as metal scratched against metal, sparks flew everywhere as their strength collided head-on. However, it's clear who was gaining the advantage here as the lady's footing continued to crack and sink in from the crushing force. Fortunately, she had a backup plan. Taking out the readied bottle from her storage bag, Bai Yan pops the cork and swallows the pill without delay. Immediately, she could feel the effects taking place from within and lightening up her body, thus allowing her to disappear from within view of Wu Ling's blade. This pill was the exact same type she gave her son before, called Swift Wind Dan Pill. Unless the foe wielded the power of a demi-divine lord, Bai Yan would be able to make circles around the opponent using this. Seeing the incredible speed portrayed by the woman from out of the blue, Wu Ling's expression promptly turned dark. He wanted to catch her and swung wildly as a result. Sadly, all he caught were the afterimages and nothing more. Then before he knew it, a swinging flash of metal had come smashing down for his face. If not for the years of experience and instinct that told his body to move it, he would have been slashed into two. The rest of the Guardian Knights knew they couldn't stand back after seeing how close their captain came to losing his life there. Without further ado, everyone quickly surrounded the lady from all sides in a circling formation. Unfortunately for them though, speed would always come out on top. Forget about injuring Bai Yan, they couldn't even knock a corner of her dress. Very soon a flustering look could be seen across Wu Ling's face. Who the hell are you? What's your relationship with Bai Ning? Why are you attacking the Celestial Palace? He had thought the other side wouldn't answer his questions, but who knew Bai Yan would by breaking out into a laughter. I am the wife of the Demon King, the Queen of the Demon Realm. And I am here to get revenge. The proclamation hit the crowd hard, causing them to go pale and horrified in the face. Good. Hit them harder. These bunnies should all be killed. That's what they get for bullying my granddaughter. Already forgotten the grief he showed earlier, the crazy old coot was clapping his hands repeatedly with glee in the face. Those who bully my granddaughter all deserve to die. My granddaughter is so good, why would they want to bully her? And that what Yunro whatever, she and that group of bunnies are all the same. It's bad enough already for Wu Ling to contend with a foe that he dreaded, but to be hassled by the old coot as well with those damning words were just indignant and frustrating. Damn this old coot, he's also a member of the Celestial Palace. Why is he helping that blasted demon queen? What happened in the past to make him hate us so much? Read more chapter on vipnovel.com. Demi-Divine Pill 3. Boom! Suddenly from out of the blue, a strong gush of wind came flying over from the air, aiming straight for Bai Yan's body and forcing the lady to dodge. Thankfully she did so too, because the next thing she knew was a huge crack along the ground from where she was standing before. Moments later, a figure gradually emerges from the void to reveal the perpetrator. It's an old woman based on her appearance, but the clear indicator of her old age wasn't the face. It's that immense pressure exuding out of her body. She's clearly a demi-divine lord. Bai Yan's breathing rhythm definitely grew faster at the sight of this new entry. Sure, she already knew things wouldn't pan out exactly in the way she imagined things. That's why she prepared that pill ahead of time to flee if need to be. It's just that, having things outside her expectations was still worrying. Oh crap. The old coot rushes over to Bai Yan's side after muttering that aloud. Good granddaughter, hurry and leave this place. That woman is bad, she will try to hurt you. Recognizing who it was, the old woman's gaze promptly turned cold and hard. Does this crazy old coot really recognize me? Old coot, did you forget you are also a member of the Celestial Palace? Dry and hoarse in her voice, Keeper Red barks this out with extreme frustration and anger. Stomping his feet in annoyance, the old coot clearly had other thoughts about the idea. Who is a member of the Celestial Palace? I only want my good granddaughter. I don't want to collude with you bunch of little rabbits. Snarling with disdain in her face. I really wonder if you've actually lost your mind or just acting at this point. To think you would know how to use the word collude in your situation. Giving a glare in retaliation. You are the crazy one, your whole family is crazy. You bunch of crazies aren't allowed to bully my granddaughter. Ha ha ha. Cackling a laugh over that insult, the old woman only found it funny. Old coot, if it was 1,000 years ago then I might be afraid of your strength, but you've long devolved beyond comparison after that shock. Now you want to threaten me? Don't think for a second you are a match for me anymore. From underneath that messy hair nest of his, the old senior actually revealed an aggravated light in those eyes before he walked up to the old lady who had already descended to the ground. Are you regretting it now? You want to return? But that sentence didn't even get to finish before the most unbelievable thing occurred. Right in front of the crowd for all to see, the old coot actually spat onto Keeper Red's face. That way your face will be cleaner, ha ha ha. Talk about being humiliated. The old woman swiftly wipes away the stain along her face and then swiped her sleeve towards the other side. Careful. Bai Yan's heart nearly leaped out of her chest in that second. Without thinking, she had already grabbed hold of the old man to drag him over. But it's too late. In the end, her gesture was too slow and allowed the old lady's palm strike to land on the grandpa's shoulder. "How are you?" Bai Yen asks with an urgent face after getting him to safety. "Demi-divine pill for." Looking all pitiful like an injured child, the old coot tears up. Hurt. You wait here." Placing the old grandpa down to one side, Bai Yen shoots a magma-level glare over to that keeper Red. "Girl, so you are that demon queen? I have to say, you do have a lot of courage to come cause trouble here in the Celestial Palace." Snarling with disdain, the old woman didn't mind the look and even found it amusing. "I'm not here to make trouble, I'm here to kill you." Bai Yan's voice was full of arrogance and condescending attitude towards everything around herself, which promptly earned a laughing fit from the other side. "Ha ha ha ha. Little girl, 1,000 years ago you were not an opponent for us, what makes you think it will change this time around? Without Demon King Deetsong's protection, you aren't even worthy of coming into my eye. But don't worry, I'll give you an opportunity to live if you follow through with the proposal I have." Unmoved and rather annoyed by the constant rattle coming out of the old lady's mouth, Bai Yen moves to take the shining pill from her storage bag. This was the Dan pill she created back in the Sky Mountain, a forbidden product that a user could take only once in their lifetime lest they suffer immense consequences for repeated use. "And what opportunity would that be?" she asks with indifference after swallowing her secret weapon. Not missing what Bai Yen did there, of course, Keeper Red didn't care and frankly answered. In the granny's view, the other side couldn't possibly contend with her own powers regardless of whatever means she resorted to, whether it be a weapon or drug. Ruashi was harmed by you back then, which led to her long years of stagnant growth. If we want her to recover, then we are going to need the blood of a female fox of the highest degree, and it must be a youngling as well. Pausing to smirk over her next words. "If you are willing to give birth to a daughter with the Demon King and then give the young baby to us, then I can speak for the Celestial Palace to forgive you for your sins." Bai Yan's heart instantly tightened up over what she's heard. They want to go after my daughter Ling Yan? No, I can't let this continue on. I need to hurry and finish up here and return to the city. In light of her swirling emotions of urgency and panic, she didn't let it show on the surface and kept it hidden. Based on what? That's right. Based on what could these scumbags from the Celestial Palace demand the sacrifice of a newborn's life? In no part of a reasonable or sane mind could one make such a demand, let alone demand that of an enemy. That's what you call a brazen narcissistic mindset. Like I said, we need to help Ruashi recover her health in order to avoid the incoming calamity. Now growing impatient in the face, Keeper Red grew more forceful in her voice. Moreover, what does it matter? It's going to be a newborn fox anyways. I doubt you are going to have any attachment to such a small speck of life. Compared to the life of this world, what does a single fox matter? Bluntly speaking, all this old hag meant was that your daughter's insignificant and their own lives are what matters, so hurry and pony up the baby fox. Growing cold in her tone as well now, Bai Yen smirks dangerously at the shameless bitch. And what does it matter to me if this world lives or die? I, Bai Yen, will never sacrifice my own daughter. That's something you can forget about me doing. How can you be so thick-headedly stubborn like back then? Snapping out in frustration, Keeper Red was clearly getting impatient. No matter, it's not like the decision is only up to you. It's your husband the Demon King who has the final say, doesn't he? I'm sure he will gladly offer up the newborn fox if it means saving his own hide and the demon realm. But don't worry, once we get what we want, then the grudge between both the demon realm and celestial realm can be considered squared. That I can promise you. That obvious fake promise only few a mocking and contemptible chuckle from Bai Yen. Demi-divine pill 5. You think the feud is over just because you say it's over? Sorry, but between the celestial realm and the demon realm, only one will survive by the end of it. Bai Yen scornfully retorts. Haha. The old woman's anger grew deeper. That's not up to you anymore. If you didn't come to the Celestial Palace, then you might still have a choice, but you're already here at our doorsteps. That means we no longer have a reason to let you go. Also, it doesn't seem that pill of yours is having any effect, is it? Your alchemy may be exceptional back then, but from what I can see, you're only struggling for naught. Is that right? It takes time for the demi-divine Dan pill to take effect. That's why she's willing to talk so much with the old hag. However, the more they spoke, the angrier Bai Yen was becoming. Especially when she remembered that sad face of her child and the fact that the old coot got hit. You! It's then Keeper Red finally realized the gradually increasing power growing out of the girl from across herself. Going slightly white in the face, she grits her teeth. What did you just take? Smirking. Demi-Divine Dan Pill. Getting very ugly in the face at the name. To think I would make such a big blunder. She's also an alchemist, so there's good reason for this old woman to be angered and afraid. Though she didn't know exactly what the pill does at its core. But the increasing power level told her all she needs to know. By this point Bai Yen was finished in her preparations, and no longer needed to rely on the swift wind Dan Pill to help her. In an instant, she's swinging down her sword at the old hag's face and stirring a gush of wind in its wake. Watching this sudden turn of event from his precious granddaughter, the crazy old coot promptly climbs up from the ground and made a worried face. How did my good granddaughter get so strong? Is she going to be all right afterwards? The celestial fox didn't miss that remark, of course, since she's the closest to the elder. Isn't this old man supposed to be crazy? Why does he know so much? Moreover, he keeps calling mistress his good granddaughter. What is his relationship with her? Due to the small brain in her head, the celestial fox only found it painful and annoying to dwell on the matter, hence her deliberate attempt at ignoring the issue. I got it. From out of the blue, the old coot pats his own forehead like he's enlightened to a great idea. Without anyone noticing, he makes a run for the inside of the estate, seemingly going to get something. Startled by the sudden behavior, the fox wanted to give chase at first, but her legs stopped after thinking it through out of worry for Bai Yen. Under the oppressive atmosphere of the gloomy dark sky, the old hag that was Keeper Red continued to deflect the blade using nothing but her hands. Even so, she was already feeling the strain on herself and the recognition of the danger she's put herself in. The death of Demi-Divine Lord 1. Girl, you deliberately stalled for time just now, didn't you? Grinding her teeth with resentment in her voice, Keeper Red now got it on why this lass would spend so much time leading her on. Bai Yen didn't want to bother wasting more time on this old hag anymore, so she didn't verbally reply. Instead, she answered by disappearing in a blur, and then slashing down at the woman from the back. Though her blade only just narrowly missed the target by a breath's hair, it still made the other side break out into cold sweat. Humph, sneering with frustration in her tone now. So that's how it is, that pill is a forbidden drug to help your power grow for a short duration. No matter, even if you did get stronger, you're still no match for me who has already reached the intermediate level of the Demi-Divine Lord level. She may say that so proudly and confidently, but truth was Keeper Red wasn't so sure she could overcome Bai Yen in her current state. Nevertheless, the members of the Celestial Palace would never yield in their tempo. Even if she couldn't win, she must at least put up a front, especially when the opponent was someone that has an absolute grudge against them. Swish! Without another word to give rest, Bai Yen continues to attack with ever-increasing speed and strength. Not far away, Yun Ruashi the Deceitful, which was currently spying on this battle from the shadows with her cold dark eyes. Why is she coming back here? Clenching the fist into a tight ball, she mutters this out with no recipient in mind. It's not enough that she got the Demon King's love? Now she also wants to come back and take what's mine away as well? If one could spew venom from their eyes, then this lady could most certainly do that right now. It's poisonous, just one glance and that's enough to tell she would murder for her goal. Milady. Speaking was the maid from the rear, her voice meek and nervous while following closely behind. Shouldn't we go into hiding? Pa! Without any forewarning, Yunroshi sends a loud smacking slap across her attendant's face and snapped around. You shut up, I do not need you to remind me. Based on what? Based on what can she appear again and I must go into hiding? It was not easy for me to get this far in life today, so why must she return and destroy everything I have? That woman is nothing but a slut. Why should I be afraid of a slut? Huffing and puffing to make her own chest rise repeatedly. She was always like this, hypocritical and a liar. Back then all she needed was to speak for me before that old coot. Then I would also be that bastard's disciple. What close friend. She never took me as a friend. Unlike his current state of partial insanity and mad state, The old coot mentioned here was once upon a time the #1 keeper in the celestial palace, a person of immense power and influence. Imagine being offered a chance to become the disciple of said person, and all it required was a single request from a friend? The death of Demi-Divine Lord too. That's pretty much the gist of how things went. Due to Bai Yan's refusal to put in a good word for her, Yun Ruoshi hated the former lifetime friend and began to hold a grudge in secret. From initial disgruntled resentment to pure hatred later on, that's how small-hearted this witch was inside. Ha ha ha, this is all retribution. If that old coot had taken me as her disciple, then none of this would have happened. This is all karma. Laughing maniacally like she has a screw loose in the head, she gives one final glare to her one-time friend before turning around. In the end, this cowardly bitch didn't do nothing despite all those hateful words. Back over in the air, the old female keeper was starting to show signs of being overwhelmed under the constant attacks from all angles. Bai Yan, you ungrateful dog. Let's not mention the grudge between the demon realm and celestial realm. Your debt to Ruoshi alone is enough to make you offer up your daughter to save her. No reply came from Bai Yan, only an increased onslaught of attacks from the demon queen after that outburst. Back then she suffered incredible damage to her own body in order to save you. That act of kindness has cost her more than you can even imagine. She can't make an inch of growth because of you. Don't you feel even an ounce of remorse for what you've done? That finally drew a reaction because it's just getting ridiculous. Snickering a cold laugh. And who is this Yun Ruoshi? Save me, and how did she save me? Gritting her teeth, Keeper Red sounded frustrated. You forgot? When you didn't betray us yet. It was Ruoshi who saved you from the horde of demonic beasts chasing you. She risked her life to save you. And you, not only did you not give thanks to her, you even tried to defend those animals. That debt alone is enough to make you offer up a fox baby. Ticking her lips upward, Bai Yan's expression was unbelievably frosty despite the smirk. First of all, what you say about a horde of demonic beasts chasing me is not possible. Secondly, if Ruoshi did save my life and become my benefactor, then Ditsong wouldn't have wanted to slaughter the entire celestial palace. Pausing to gather her own composure as well after almost letting herself slip into rage. I am not the one from the past. The me now is only one person, the daughter of Bai Ning Bai Yan. Aside from the occasional flickers of memory coming out from the deep subconsciousness, Bai Yan couldn't truly say that past life was herself, at least not yet anyways. Nevertheless, she believes in Ditsong and wouldn't doubt his words about the past. How can Ruoshi's story be wrong? The old hag sneered, not believing the other side at all. You were enamored by the demon king's beauty, that's why you kept maintaining the demon realm did nothing to you. In the end you even turned the story around and tried to blame Ruoshi, that's how low and despicable you were. Ruoshi Yun Ruoshi. Not giving a reply, Bai Yan instead narrows her eyes in because she just remembered why the name sounded familiar. If I'm not wrong, that Yun Ruoshi should be the same lady who tried to send assassins after Xiachen in that valley. As much as she would like confirm her speculations, this was obviously not the right timing. So without another thought, she musters up the strongest attack and roared out using the destructive force hidden within her Godslayer. The death of Demi-Divine Lord 3. It was already too late by the time the old hag reacted. Flying out like an arrow, she slams into the ground from the impact and stirs up a dust of cloud in her wake. Even the ground seems to shake under her body's weight, puking up blood as she slowly crawled back up. Bai Yan, do you really think you're strong? If it wasn't for that forbidden drug and that sword in your hand, you would never be my opponent. Unfazed by the taunt, Bai Yan continues to encroach on the old hag. I said it already. I will repay all the damage you people did to me in the past. Holding her Godslayer, she pumps as much energy as she could into the blade for the final strike. And as if to answer her call, the sword also started to vibrate and ring in coherence. This scared the old hag greatly. She could see the destructive aura coming out of that thing, and the blade was also growing bigger and bigger until it's a towering column in size. Originally Keeper Red wanted to dodge this beastly metallic body by dashing away, but clearly she's mistook her own condition right now, not realizing how weak she truly was at this point. In the end, instead of moving like she wanted, she only staggered a few steps and took the blow right over her head. Blood sprayed everywhere from the crushing blow, turning the woman into a pile of mush of gore and red. Just like that, a demi-divine lord that once ruled these lands have fallen, bringing down the curtain on this once powerful female of the ages. Bai Yan didn't come out of this unscathed either, though despite killing her foe, she also stumbled backwards from the recoiling force. Using her Godslayer as support, she scans the surrounding area with her cold hard gaze until it eventually landed on the guardian knight Wu Ling. Frightened by the attention, the knight captain instinctively retreated to a spot further in the back. Keeper Red is dead? A demi-divine lord, Keeper Red is dead. She died by this woman's hand? Run! Without another thought, Wu Ling turned tail and tried to flee for the opposition direction. But there's no way Bai Yan would let the man run away after all the trouble these people have given her. Before the person knew it, Godslayer had already pierced into Wu Ling's chest and dyed his armor into a bright red color. Ooh! Seeing how her mistress was about to fall, the celestial fox did what any loyal follower would do and rushed over to help lend support. It's very worried over that pale complexion. I'm all right. Hoarse in her voice, Bai Yan manages to pull out a bittersweet smile. It's the effect of that pill. This is my first time using it, so the aftereffects are bound to be heavy. Who am I kidding? If this is the second time, then I'd be dead at this point. Oomph! Coughing up blood from her mouth, she couldn't help but laugh at her own weakness. Oh right, where is that old man? The fox shakes her head from the question. It's a well-known fact she hated men in general, the old man being the same. However, it was Bai Yan herself who gave the order, so she could only comply. But since the old man was gone, there's no reason for her to catch up. Found it. It's then an excited voice came from the rear. Looking over, Bai Yan could see it was the old coot running over while waving something in his hand. It's a white bottle which he quickly offered up. The death of demi-divine lord for. Good granddaughter, drink this, be good. Staring at the presented object, Bai Yan asks with a hint of worry. This is. Sparking in those old eyes. It's something you gave me before, did you forget? Are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? She asks with pricked eyebrows. Bai Yan could tell First Elder and State Teacher both knew the ins and outs from 1,000 years ago. But never once did she hear about this grandfather from the Celestial Palace. For that reasoning, she's guessing this old man likely got the wrong person. You are my granddaughter, I won't recognize the wrong person. Bye, quick, drink this, it will make your body better again. This is what you gave me back then. I only kept it because I couldn't bear to drink it myself. After saying that, the old coot once again offers it up with hope in his face, like it would crush him if she refused. Seeing this, not even Bai Yan could reject the offer, knowing what's at stake. Though it still worries her on the unknown content, she just didn't have the heart to hurt this old man. Taking it, she slowly pops the cork and took a whiff of the content. Immediately, a powerful fragrance hits her nose and sends her body feeling refreshed. This is. With surprise across the face, the lady almost couldn't believe what she's holding. Scratching that bird nest hair of his. I don't know what this is either, it's you who gave it to me back then. I saved it because I felt reluctant to waste it. That said, he then urges her to hurry and drink it. Without hesitation this time, Bai Yan swallowed the entire milky liquid in one full swing. She could tell it's something amazing, and she's right. Almost instantly, that stiff and unmovable body felt better and those paralyzed limbs of hers began to move again. Bellstone milk. This is Bellstone milk. Bellstone milk, a miraculous liquid capable of strengthening an ordinary person's body and enhancing their recovery ability instantly. For this occasion, though, where Bai Yan was suffering the aftereffects of a forbidden drug, she couldn't completely recover just yet. Nevertheless, it would just be a matter of time before she does so, thanks to this amazing concoction. Thank you. Giggling with glee in those eyes, the old coot felt incredibly happy right now. You are my good granddaughter, my favorite granddaughter. Of course I will give you everything I have now that you're back. Against this warm reception, Bai Yan really felt guilty inside. Sighing. I'm sorry, but I really am not your granddaughter. No, you are. Bye, my granddaughter. I would never recognize the wrong person. Now getting a bit hysterical in his tone, the old man refuses to listen and grasped onto the lady's shoulder, those eyes firm and unyielding. Knowing it's pointless to argue on the topic, Bai Yan figured the best option would be to return to the city first and ask those who are more informative. Perhaps this old coot was right and she really was his granddaughter. After all, it's like she had any reason to refute the claim either. Granddaughter. Seeing the girl had gone quiet, the old man started getting all anxious and pitiful in the voice. I really didn't recognize the wrong person. Please don't leave me, okay? Don't worry, Grandpapa, I won't leave you again. In the end, Bai Yen could only play along against those puppy eyes. It's not like she's going to lose a chunk of herself for acting as his family, turning that sad face into a happy one again like a mask change. Good granddaughter, I won't let those bad people hurt you again. I will definitely protect you. The death of Demi-Divine Lord 5. Ticking her eyebrows up, Bai Yen seems to remember what that old hag was saying about this old man from earlier. That he used to be very strong but have regressed over the years due to his mental state. Grandpapa, can you let me examine your body? Bai Yen asks with a gentle voice that was akin to sugar to the ear. Of course, nodding repeatedly. What do you need to check? I will use my spiritual feelers to check the inside of your body. All you have to do is relax and not resist me, she says while slowly standing up from the ground. In an instant, the old coot could feel something seeping into his skin and swimming through his internal structure. Huh. Showing a tint of surprise in her eyes, Bai Yen appeared puzzled by what she found. Generally speaking, those who can't grow and become stagnant in their strength is because their meridian veins are blocked by something, but your body is perfectly fine from my examination. Can you tell me when your mental stability started to wane? What's going on here? This doesn't make sense at all. Shaking his old head like a rocking drum. I am not crazy, I am not crazy. Why are you saying I'm crazy like those people? I'm not crazy, I only want to find you. Seeing how antsy the other side was becoming due to her own words, Bai Yen hurries to calm the old man down with her soft cooing voice. Okay, you're not crazy, it's those people framing you. Yes, they framed me. I'm not crazy. Puckering his lips into a duck shape, the old coot still sounded unhappy based on the grunt he made. You don't have a place to go back to now, so why don't you return with me to my home? Bai Yen offers with a smile. Nodding heavily. Okay, I'll follow my granddaughter anywhere. As long as you're with me, then I'm happy. That actually brought the lady into a chuckle due to how sincere and honest it was. Nevertheless, the desire to find out what's wrong with this strange old man still lingered in Bai Yan's heart. It's too strange, a condition that shouldn't be happening. Mother! It's then a young excited voice calls out to her from the back. Before the woman could react when she turned, a soft and small body had already thrown himself into her stomach and causing her to fall backwards from the impact. Warm in her face upon recognizing it's her own son. Thank goodness you're all right, but how come you're back so fast? Grinning like a child that he was, Bai Xiachen looked like a proud little boy that wants to be praised and patted on the head. Mother, me and Dragon Flame set that herb mountain on fire. We also killed many of the defenders there, so we decided to come back to you before those keepers find us. Such a pity we couldn't take all those herbs. Mother would have been so happy if we brought all those ingredients to her right now. Happily obliging her boy's wagging tail appearance, Bai Yen has never been one to be stingy on the pampering. That's a smart choice, Xiachen. It's not a good idea to face those keepers alone. And I know what you're thinking, those herbs in that mountain isn't very good compared to the ones in the Sky Mountain. You don't have to look so disappointed on not taking everything. Really? Almost stunned in his little face, Bai Xiachen looked like a boy that got caught doing something naughty at being read so easily. But Dragon Flame gathered some of the herbs before we burned it. Does that mean Mother don't want them anymore? Almost breaking out into a laughing fit over her boy's silly behavior, Bai Yen really had to hand it to this son of hers. Of course not, you silly. How can I not want the things you brought back? Smooch using action to express himself, Bai Xiachen directly gives the lady a peck on the cheek before breaking out into a happy grin again. Mother is the best, I love Mother the most. The death of Demi-Divine Lord 6. Leaving those arms after making that face, Bai Xiachen eventually took notice to the old man. Lighting up in the eye. Grandpapa, what are you doing here? Where did you run off to before? Did that bad woman hurt you? Startled by the recognition, Bai Yen speaks up with surprise in her voice. Xiachen, you know the grandpa? Nodding seriously. Mother, do you remember when you came to save me and Dragoni that time? This old man was also there and he had a feud with that bad woman too. He got tied up after falling for her trap, so I was worried for a while if he's been captured or something. Perhaps the old coot also remembered the boy because he answered immediately while scratching the back of his head. I remember you, there was also a little lass by your side that time. What's your relationship with my good granddaughter? Good granddaughter? A touch of shock took the boy's face by surprise. Turning to his own mother, all one could see in his eyes were puzzlement. Shachin, greet your great-grandpapa. She ruffles the boy's hair a bit, turning from surprise to stunned astonishment now. Mother, you say he's my great-grandpapa? How come I got another great-grandpapa again? Bai Yan's own lips were twitching due to the way he said it there. Now that he mentions it, Shachin does have a lot of grandpapa. In light of his puzzlement, Bai Shachin still greeted the old coot like a good boy that he was. Great-grandpapa. Ache. Flushing red from embarrassing, the old coot kept rummaging through his whole body for anything he could give. I don't seem to have a present on me. Can you wait a bit? I'll go back inside and grab something? Seeing how he's about to dash back inside and delay their departure further, Bai Yan desperately clings on the old coot's sleeve and said, Grandpapa, don't go back, those people will soon come back here. We need to hurry and leave before they do so. Yes, patting his head like he's done something foolish. My granddaughter is right, I can't let those little rabbits see you. They will hurt you, so let's get out of here. Mother, where's little Rice? It's then Bai Shachin decides to jump in and ask after not finding the familiar feline around. I told him and Xing-Yi to go back first. I estimate they are already at the city and inside the palace waiting. Lighting up with anticipation for their reunion, the boy couldn't wait for his friend to return to his side. Then can we go back now? I miss everyone, especially my little sister. Then let's go home. Holding her boy's hand, Bai Yin leads the way with her glorious smile. By the time the keepers returned to the celestial palace, all that remained to welcome their arrival were the carnage of the battle's aftermath. There are bodies littered everywhere and the stinging odor of char and smoke from the back mountain lingering in the air due to the huge fire that's still burning. Hurry, go in and see. One of the elders exclaimed after seeing the mess. The pretentious Yunruoshi won. Keeper Red. The complexion of Keeper Sky suddenly changed once he noticed the familiar body among the pile of corpses. Though the limbs are mostly crushed and the face deformed, that robe was all he needed to know in order to confirm the individual's identity. It's Red, Keeper Red has been killed. A grim expression filled the rest of the keepers like it's a plague. Unlike in the past, nowadays there aren't many who could reach the demi-divine lord level, and once they do, the individual would be revered as a keeper in these lands. Imagine having someone like that being so easily murdered today. What would that mean for the rest of them? The answer would be obvious. They are all in danger of being killed at a moment's notice. Who is it who killed so many of our people? And who killed Keeper Red? The crowd got eerily quiet in that moment until the bristling sound of the wind could be heard. Right, where is Ruoshi? The yellow-robed keeper suddenly asks with a frightened face. Right, we need to find Ruoshi, we need to see if she's all right. She is the hope of us all. Another chimes in with equally anxious tone. If anything happens to the girl, then we will be the greatest sinners of the celestial realm. Many helped rummage through the battlefield for signs of the girl. But in the end they didn't find anyone remotely resembling that witch. Quick, she might be somewhere else if we can't find her here. Even if she's dead, we must at least find her corpse. The yellow-robed keeper stares off into the sky, his eyes firm and strong in this moment. Just like that, the three keepers that were left behind to defend the Herb Mountain had split apart in three different directions, each leading a group of their own followers in search of Yunruoshi. Right now back over in the vicinity of the Herb Mountain where it's still burning ablaze, the witch who was speaking so arrogantly earlier had now grown tired and enraged. Based on what? Based on what can she achieve whatever she deems her mind to? Even killing a keeper. How is she able to do all that when she wants? Milady. It's then a breathless voice cried out from the front. It was her maid calling out to her. Due to how much she had run, it's obvious the maid's out of breath and was gasping for air once she stopped, ugly and cold in the face. Did those people leave? Is the old coot gone too? The maid nodded. They're all gone, and just now Keeper Sky and the others are also back. The pretentious Yunruoshi too. What? Yunruoshi's complexion instantly changed over that news. If they came back earlier then maybe they could have stopped Bai Yan, but now? If they find out I'm unscathed and ran all the way out here, what would they think of me then? They will probably think of me as a coward. That means all my years of hard work will be destroyed. Sensing a powerful aura fast approaching her location, the witch promptly got fierce in the eyes. Without hesitation, she slams herself in the chest with a palm strike. Pfffff. Spraying out blood from the mouth, she crumbles to the ground like a helpless doll. "Milady!" the maid exclaims from the front, not understanding why the woman would do that to herself. "Miss you?" getting hard in the face. "Do not under any circumstances say anything. If you say so much as a word, then you know what will happen." Shuddering from the threat, the maid hung her head low in fear. She's been with this witch for far too long, so she's aware of the methods this Yunruoshi had in deceiving others. Then before more could be said between the two ladies, a yellow-robed figure had already arrived in their spot. "What's going on here, Ruoshi? Who hurt you this badly?" The yellow-robed keeper asks with serious concern after noticing how weak she was. Undeniably, this elder got mixed feelings about the girl when he was searching the area. One being that he's happy Ruoshi's alive somewhere, the other being disappointment because she likely ran away in the heat of battle or something along those lines. However, when he finally located the witch and discovered the weakened state she was in, the heaviness in his heart finally lifted. "I knew Ruoshi is a brave and kind soul all along. Why did I doubt her?" Oomph! Letting trickles of tears slip down her eyes, the deceitful witch promptly grabbed onto the elder's sleeve and asked, "Keeper Yellow, is Keeper Red, is she okay?" The maid behind the lady almost popped her eyes out. Didn't Miss witness the death of Keeper Red herself? Why is she asking if she's dead or not? But from the warning she got earlier, the maid knew better than to speak up and question the idea. Keeper Yellow's expression got ugly in that moment. It's not hard for him to connect the dots on what narrative occurred, even if it's a fake one misled by the witch. Keeper Red, she's dead. In that moment, Yunruoshi's grasping hand froze. Then, as if drained of life, she dropped them and started to laugh silently. There are tears flowing out of her eyes in drove, which made her appearance all the more believable. "It's all because of me. I saw how that old coot brought Bai Yin over to the Celestial Palace and couldn't do anything to stop them. I begged her to spare Keeper Red's life, but she refused and attacked me." Pausing like she's losing her voice due to all the sobbing, "It was Keeper Red who saved me in the last second. She told me to run away because I am the hope of everyone in this world. I wanted to stay and help even in my weakened state, but I also knew my existence is more important than my own self-interest. I'm sorry, Keeper Yellow, this is all my fault. I should have been there, I should have stayed, The pretentious Yunruoshi 3. Boom! A wave of anger poured out of Keeper Yellow's heart in that moment, causing his fist to crunch up into a ball and eyes flaring with fire. That old coot actually. How dare he help that woman kill Keeper Red? It's true, aside from our lord and that demon king, only that old coot has the powers to kill us keepers. There's no way the celestial lord will do something like that, nor can Demon King Ditsong come here while he's at the demon city. He really betrayed us for that adopted granddaughter. Ruoshi, you've done nothing wrong. You defended the celestial palace when those people had criticized us. That proves you are a kind-hearted girl. Besides, you left not for the sake of yourself but everyone in this world as a whole. Even if we were to change place with Keeper Red, we would also send you away like she did." Anger has already taken over this elder's head, so the flaws in that story were easily able to slip past him. For one thing, why would the old coot want to kill her, and then let her escape to the mountain? That doesn't add up already in that regards. Why not hunt her down after killing Keeper Red? And there were many more flaws not listed, but at the end of the day, if this keeper had spent even a minute going over the issue, he would be able to point out all the major lies here today. But he didn't. Why? It's because he trusts this witch way too much to the point of being blind. Keeper Yellow, looking all pitiful and sad in her face. "You don't have to keep comforting me, this is my fault. I was the one who saved Bai Yin back then. If I didn't save her, then none of this would have happened. I tried to go speak to her, use logic to persuade her, but she didn't listen. Then when I brought up the subject about using a young fox's blood to heal my body, she flew into a rage and wanted to kill me. I honestly didn't think she would be so stubborn and thick-headed." After saying all that, she once again lowered her head and began to sob, which hit the elder's heart like a sore spot. That wretched woman is a real ungrateful dog. You saved her and still want to kill you. Grinding his teeth, Keeper Yellow swear he's never seen such a shameless person before. Meanwhile on the other end, Yun Ruoshi was elated inside after finding success to her story. I never wanted power. I only wanted the fox blood for the sake of this world. I know. I'm the only hope of everyone and must regain the ability to grow stronger. Otherwise there will be no one to solve the incoming calamity. In the end it is I who is the useless one for not being better. Talk about being deceitful. It's bad enough this witch stole Bai Yan's identity by using that crescent moon amulet she got as a gift. Now she's going with the story of wanting to be a savior. If anyone were to be a coward here, it would be this Yun Ruoshi. She would run at the slightest hint of danger. That's the sort of person she was. The pretentious Yun Ruoshi softened his tone. Ruoshi, you can rest assured, we will do everything in our powers to let you cultivate. Even if I have to tie them up, I will bring Bai Yan and Deetsong here to give birth to a daughter for you. That shook the lady's heart, not because she's moved, but rather she's feeling bittersweet inside due to the words she couldn't speak. If so, then the world will be saved. What a good girl she is. When finding out she can cultivate again, the first word she says isn't about being able to grow again, but of being able to save the world. The Lord must be blind to not see what a kind girl she is to not choose her. Go back and rest first, Ruoshi, your injury must be tended to. Me and the other keepers will handle the matter from this point forward. You don't need to worry. The elder's voice was loving and gentle to the ear. Though the outcome wasn't exactly as she had hoped, it's enough of a win for the witch in this case. Leaning against her maid for support. Keeper Yellow, you don't need to worry about me. Even if I suffered such grievance at the hand of my former friend, I still hope you can give Bai Yan some mercy when the time comes. Firming up in the eye at the mention of the matter, since she killed Keeper Red, I know my request will be difficult for you, but still, I hope kindness will eventually move her to do as we demand. That lengthy speech only reaffirmed the elder's decision to do everything in his power to help. Thank goodness Ruoshi didn't throw her life needlessly away today. Otherwise the entire world will also perish in the future. Perhaps she too was tired from injuring herself, but the witch didn't say more. Turning for the palace again, she made sure to walk in staggered steps to look more pitiful and frail. However, if someone were to so much as glanced into her eyes, they would immediately pick up the venomous poison in the irises. Ruoshi is truly a saint. She's so selfless and kind even when things have come this far. That Bai Yan is the polar opposite of her. Perhaps Keeper Ling is wrong from the very start with his plan. Not everyone is willing to sacrifice themselves for others. That said, Keeper Yellow's lips had curled into a snarl. People like Bai Yan deserves to die 1,000-fold. She's no different from those animals at this point. Once we're done with her, I will make sure she and her kind are destroyed once and for all. He always believed and still believes Chui God's greatest mistake was giving up on Yun Ruoshi in the past. The same goes for that old coot for not taking her as his disciple back then and instead took Bai Yan. Right at this moment outside the main gates of the demon city, 3 elderly figures were floating in the air and gazing down at the city guards with sharp daggering eyes. The pretentious Yun Ruoshi 5. Where's the demon king? Why didn't he come out to greet us when he's the one who invited us? Keeper Hyun coldly snaps at the demon guards below himself, that face a distrustful frown. Just like his peer, the grumpy Keeper Ling was also very gloomy in the face, while Keeper Zun, who was the nicest of the bunch, merely looked equally as dull but with an unhappy look. Squeak! Eventually the gates were pushed open and out came a long-bearded old elder. This individual was very well dressed with that pristinely white robe, but his smile was so fake and obvious that it made him look very strange. Members of the Celestial Palace, it's been a millennium since we last met. How are you all doing? It's you. Keeper Ling's expression promptly changed to viciousness. You're still alive? Ha. First Elder returns with a cold snarl of his own. If you didn't die yet, then how can I die first? Back then you pushed the demon realm to such a state and still have the nerve to come knocking at our door? Going green in the face due to how livid he felt inside, Keeper Ling wanted to snap out in rage when his partner Keeper Hyun cuts him off first. First of all, this area belongs to the Celestial Realm. We are not knocking at your door. We left you alone because of the Celestial Lord's request and relationship with your queen. That's why you're able to survive this long. The meaning behind those words were simple. They allowed the demon realm to live because of Chui God's request and not a threat to them. That way they could not only appear merciful and kind, but also to save their own face. Secondly, you demons are our enemy to begin with, so why can't we come knocking at your door? Moreover, you should go ask your so-called demon queen on why she's keeping such an unclear relationship with the celestial lord. We are only here to capture her, a traitor of the celestial palace. Unable to hold back his laughter, First Elder almost wanted to point out the idiocy of that statement. Our queen only has a childhood friendship with him. What claim do you have on the subject? And don't forget, he abandoned her highness first. Then it's you bastards who tried to kill her. How did the queen betray you people? How? Humph. Huffing a grunt, Keeper Ling cuts in again. She will always be a member of the celestial palace, whether it be in death or life. She was adopted by us as a child, that makes her ours by claim. What qualification does she have for turning her backs on the celestial palace? In other words, they are rightfully just in murdering Bai Yan if they deem fit, even if they are the one who betrayed her to begin with. Turning ugly in the face, First Elder always knew these bastards are shameless, but he didn't know they would remain just as shameless and even worse than a millennium ago. Keeper Hyun, Keeper Ling, let's stop wasting time on irrelevant words. The third senior Keeper Zun finally speaks up, his brow fixing up into a knot. Where is the Demon King now? We came at his invitation and have some important matters to discuss with him. We will not enter that city of yours. It's too heavy with the scent of you demons and it is making us disgusted. As soon as his words were finished there, a powerful and strong gush of wind surged out from within the gates. In an instant, the brilliant figure of Deetsong had arrived for all to see. His silvery hair fluttering against the wind, his purple robe daunting as ever, and his sharp overbearing eyes just as strong like in the past. Aiming at Di Ling Yan? 1. No matter where this man appears, he's destined to be the focus of attention in a party. He's simply too eye-catching to the point where Keeper Ling and the others couldn't ignore. That's Deetsong, the Demon King and ruler of the demon kind. You looking for me? The man asks with an almost playful note in his voice. Deetsong. Keeper Ling quickly calms himself and gathered the wits to confront the foe. There's viciousness brewing within those eyes because he would never forget the time where they wanted to burn Bai Yan at the altar. It was this very man, the very same Deetsong who broke into the celestial palace and saved the woman by decimated thousands in his wake. It was a bloodbath. A total bloodbath that would bring nightmares to his dreams even to this day. And back then they still had the support of Chui God, but now... Demon King, you invited us here and we have answered that request. Now explain your purpose. I don't believe it's just to reminiscent about the past by asking us to come. Keeper Zun, the kindest of the three, asks with clenched fists. He's equally as tense and rightfully so. Showing a surprised face in return, Deetsong almost seemed shocked there. I invited you to come here, how come I didn't know? The look on his expression didn't seem fake, so it instantly left the three seniors gawking their eyes out. Deetsong didn't invite us? Then who could it be? Pleased by the expressions he got from the three, Deetsong silently smirked in success and threw out the bomb that he's been saving. I never invited you, I only notified you. Inviting someone and being notified are two very different concepts. The former could be declined, while the latter couldn't. You? Keeper Ling's face was already very ugly to begin with, now he's practically steaming. This bastard dared to humiliate us. Wait. Keeper Zun raises an arm to stop his peer from attacking. Demon King, we have come because we have business to discuss with you. Chuckling menacingly, Deetsong didn't give a clear answer, only staring coldly at the old elder who finally decides to get down to the main business. 1,000 years ago, someone once told us that the great calamity is coming. Whether it be the demon realm or celestial realm, all will suffer and face destruction. And the only way to save everyone is Ruashi. Unfortunately, the girl suffered a grave injury in order to save your wife back then. She's still not healed due to that incident. Now getting dark in the eyes at the mention of his wife, Deetsong's tone also got colder. And what does that have to do with me or her? She saved your wife. Shouldn't you hold some responsibility for her misdeed? Growling in his voice now, Keeper Ling could spew fire from his mouth if he had that capability. Only a stupid person like Bai Yan would marry you. Back then hordes of demonic beasts attacked her and tried to kill her. It was Ruoshi who risked her own life in order to save that ungrateful lass. Now you are ignoring your duties and trying to shirk off the responsibility. How low can you animals get? Bullshit. First Elder could no longer hold back and cried out that curse after hearing what they had to say. Aiming at Di Ling Yan? 2. When did we ever go after the queen? Quit making false accusations. As far that Yun Ruoshi hump, that woman deserves what she got. If she hadn't abused a newborn foxling in the demon palace back then, and then cruelly skinned the child alive, she wouldn't have angered so many demons and made us chase after her. For First Elder, one of his greatest regrets was not murdering that evil scourge at the time, thus leading to all those tragic events over time. Seriously, in his mind he never could have imagined such a fragile-looking girl to be so ruthless and cruel inside. Shocking for him back then. Imagine their future queen's close friend being so evil at heart. What could he have done? Ho ho. Keeper Ling snarls dismissively and retorts. You think I will believe you when Rushi is such a kind and gentle lady? I'll tell you the truth now. Not long ago we have discovered a mean to heal her body. When saying this, he made sure to make eye contact with Deetsong so that his meaning doesn't get misinterpreted. We only need the blood of a purebred fox from the royal line to completely cure her. But Ruoshi couldn't bear the idea and pleaded with us to give up the plan. Yet you still say she would skin a foxling alive? First Elder didn't even want to argue with these fools, so he merely snickered a laugh at that claim. In his view, it would just be a matter of time before they find out the hidden vile darkness inside that girl's heart. In the face of these shameless remarks, Deetsong continues to stand there with his hand behind his back. However, the mood around his face has grown tremendously dark. Deetsong, we are here this time to tell this matter. To save Ruoshi is to use the purest of blood from your line, and it must be a young female one at that. After you generate a new daughter, you are to hand it over to us. Keeper Hyun's attitude there was that of absolute compliance, leaving no room for argument. Whether it be First Elder or the rest of the demons standing there along the city wall, everyone was completely stunned by what they were hearing. Are these people from the Celestial Palace stupid? They would dare to say something like that in front of the king? And in such a determined fashion? The kindest of the three keepers, Zun, also showed a frown over his peer's statement. He's of the same idea and was ready to make such a demand, but his phrases were set to be more excusable and accepting to the idea. What Hyun did there was a direct slap across the face and outright rude. But no matter what said has been said, there's no reason for any of them to worry about the consequences when they didn't care either way. Suddenly, a burst of hysterical laughter breaks the eerie silence. It's overbearing and oppressive, like some giant mountain was crushing down from above. Based on what can she use my daughter to save herself? Aiming at Di Ling Yan? 3. Because Ruoshi is the only one who can save us from the calamity. Keeper Ling's face sank. Demon King, is it not worth it to trade a daughter for the safety of your entire race? As long as you're willing to do as we wish, then I will personally promise the prolonged peace and safety of your family and relatives. Raising a brow over that remark, Deetsong's eyes were filled with dominance and disdain. If I can't even protect the demon realm and need to use my own daughter to save it, then what good am I? I might as well forfeit my position right now. You're really going to forsake your own kind for the sake of a daughter? Keeper Ling cries that out with clenched teeth, not believing the level of selfishness the other side had. Turning to the pompous and rude old man, Deetsong suddenly replies with the weirdest answer he could say. I cherish my own life a lot. Cherish my own life? What does that mean? We only want his daughter, not his life. All three keepers were thinking this and didn't understand where that idea came from. The children are my wife's lifeblood, and my wife is my lifeblood. I cherish my life, so why would I offer it up? That said, a surge of powerful killing intent blasts off from Deetsong's body and creates a torrent of dark clouds above his head. If I have to choose between one or the other, I will only choose her. What about the demon realm? In my heart I only have my wife. Keeper Ling, who has never been good on his temper, exploded. He went from green to red, then red to white, then from white to blue. That's how outraged he was right now. Do you hear that? This is your king. The one you all swore loyalty to is abandoning your well-being. How can any of you fight for him? In light of the powerful and reasonable questioning from his viewpoint, The demons gathered here today only ignored the senior's words and didn't bother to give any eye contact. Fools! All are fools. Stomping his feet like a loose cannon, Keeper Ling didn't get it at all. He doesn't understand why these demons would follow someone so ruthless and cruel in his eye. But then he didn't have time to dwell on the matter because something more urgent was requiring his attention. Right exactly then, the token hidden within his sleeve had activated and created a burning sensation to catch his attention. This item was a messaging tool given to him by Keeper Yellow. It's to inform the three of them something major has happened at the Celestial Palace and required their immediate return. It can't be. Something happened while we were gone? Seeing their brethren not speaking anymore from out of the blue, Keeper Zun and Keeper Hyun both showed a frown. Then looking over to the old man's hand that was holding the token, they both realizes it couldn't be good. Is something wrong? Keeper Zun asks with a tinge of worry. Something happened back at the Celestial Palace, we must go back now. The faces of the two both changed over Keeper Ling's word. Something happened to the Celestial Palace? There's so many keepers there, what can happen? Deetsong didn't take his eye off these three, so he was easily able to pick up the sudden change in their mood. Therefore he could already guess his wife had succeeded, and the plan was taking place as they speak. You think you can just come and go as you please? With a whisk of his sleeve, his figure instantly reappears before the three seniors back to block off their path. Before he didn't attack after they dared to go after his daughter, mainly because he was stalling for time. But now that the plan was in action, he had no reason to hold back anymore and allowed his fury to take control. Demon King, you really want to make an enemy of us? Aiming at Di Ling Yan? 4. Due to how urgent he was in getting back to help, Keeper Ling's attitude had grown frantic and threatening in hopes of making Deetsong move aside. Me and the Celestial Realm are enemies to begin with. 1,000 years ago I was now the same. Yet you come and want peace? Ha ha ha. In other words, whatever these idiotic bunch was trying to do was pointless to begin with. Deetsong never intended to make peace with these bastards. Deetsong, if your strength was the same as a millennium ago, then us three might have perhaps been wary of you. But now you're no longer a threat to us. Want to make us stay? Dream on. Smirking with a derisive note in his face, Deetsong clearly thought otherwise. Even if I can't kill you three today, I will still make you leave behind a limb or two. Want to leave? Sure, leave behind a leg or an arm first, then perhaps you can leave. Keeper Hyun, Keeper Ling, stop wasting words with him. If he won't let us leave, then just kill him, then we'll leave. Keeper Zun states this with dark menacing eyes, something which this elder normally doesn't show in his usual mood. Perhaps they are just that confident, or they're just that self-conceited, but the three here still hasn't connected the dots yet. In their view, only Deetsong has the power to threaten them. But even then, it's impossible to overcome so many keepers at once. That leaves only one other person capable, and that was the prophet from way back informing them of the calamity. But ever since then the person has disappeared from this world, never to be seen again, meaning that speculation was also out of the question. Meanwhile, inside the demon city, a sneaky little figure was sniveling around in the shadows and had overheard everything. Without hesitation, this individual had snuck away again by taking advantage of the fighting between Deetsong and the three keepers. Minutes later, back inside the palace, high above an old peach tree, Di Ling Yan had just finished picking one of the fruits with her small little hands when she poked her head out from the leaves. Here, catch second brother. Unfortunately, right as she's about to throw the object down within her tiny hands, that little leg slipped and sent her tumbling downwards for the ground. This was a very dangerous situation, and it sent the maids nearby flying in horror. They wanted to catch the princess, but it was none other than the round. The maids present jumped at this dangerous situation, both frightened and shocked by the critical moment, but it was another little body that made it in the nick of time. Plump! Landing right atop of the big roundish body from the top down. The baby girl was all fine and dandy from the impact, however. The poor baby boy on the bottom wasn't so fortunate. Jin Tian almost cried with those tears trickling in the corner of his eye. Second brother, are you alright? Ling Yan asks after climbing down and patting the dust off her pretty dress, climbing back up with reddish color along his eyes. I'm not hurt, it's good that you are alright. Big brother said that I'm a small adult already. I can't keep crying and need to protect my little sister. Princess. Just then, A series of hurried footsteps came from the side and catches the kid's attention. "Madam, are you calling me?" Ling Yan asks with big innocent eyes. Aiming at Ling Yan. 5. "Ma. Madam?" Mu Shui instantly stopped on the spot. She could already see the mocking glances coming her way from the other maids, so it was very awkward. "Little princess, why are you calling me madam? Big brother told me the good-looking ones are the big sisters, and the not-so-good-looking ones are the madams. Big brother is so amazing, it must be right if he says that." Mu Shui's face turned increasingly green, due mainly from anger and embarrassment at being called ugly. However, she's not moronic enough to lash out at the princess in her current state here in the palace. "Little princess, you got your dress all dirty, why don't I help you wash up and get clean?" Forcing a smile, the girl suggests shamelessly. But before the idea could be taken up, Muing the older sister had already stepped in, knowing what the younger girl intended. "Mu Shui, I will take care of the princess, you don't need to get involved." That said, the proud and strong-willed lady then turns back to the baby princess. "How about it, princess, do you want me to help you wash up?" Smiling with big innocent eyes. "Okay, I'll trouble Sister Muing then." Mother said, "Good children should be polite, only then will they be liked." Now Mu Shui could no longer hold back the disgusted and venomous light in those eyes of hers. For one thing, it's widely recognized among her leopard tribe that she's the better-looking one. Imagine being called a madam and the other being called a sister. That's an obvious jab at her ego and pride. It can't be. Is the princess as blind as the king? "Little princess," holding her breath in order to suppress the anger, "how come you call Muing a sister while calling me madam?" Biting her thumb like she's being lectured, Ling Yan answers honestly with a look of worry. "But Muing is better looking than you. Although they are not anywhere close to being as good as mother, but at least Mu Ying's scent doesn't put me off." Yes, the main reason the baby girl doesn't like Mu Shui was because of the scent she gave off. It made Ling Yan uncomfortable. Heck, if it wasn't for her own worry of bothering Song, the peachy girl might have already driven the conceited leopard girl away by now. Impudent. The nearby guard snaps out with annoyance. "How dare you? If the princess wants to call you a madam, then you are a madam. How dare you question her highness?" As resentful as she was, Mu Shui kept silent and merely clenched her fist in frustration. "This demon soldier is also a servant, how dare he scold me? I just want to help the princess wash up, there's no other meaning. It's Muing who is always trying to compete with me." She attempts to explain. This woman must also be going after the king. Otherwise, why else is she always seeking the princess's grace? She's just like me, wanting to be a consort. "Come princess, I'll take you to go wash up now." Muing wants to pick up the baby girl but was taken aback when Ling Yan ducked to one side. Mother said, "Only good children will be liked. I can walk, so I will do so on my own. I don't want mother to be angry at me for constantly riding on others." After this speech, the little peachy girl didn't say more and toddled forward. Though her steps are still wobbly from a lack of practice, she nevertheless managed to not fall this time. Meanwhile in the back, Mu Shui glared out in disgust and contempt at this scene. In her view, demons should be able to run and walk very early on. Having 2 years of life and still being unable to walk was a humiliation in her eye. Aiming at Ling Yan? 6. So it can be seen that the so-called queen is a real useless shitbag. Only a shitbag can produce such stupid children. "Wait for me, Ling Yan, wait for me." It's then Jin Tian also climbs up from the ground and attempts to catch up to his sister. However, it's at this moment a puff of smoke blew out of his body and he reverts back to his silvery fox form, rubbing his tummy as he looked towards the guard nearby. "I'm hungry." "Prince, the king said you are not allowed to eat too much. I'm hungry and I can't maintain my human form without food. Can you help me get something to eat?" Letting the tears slowly brewing up from the corner of his eye, Jin Tian begs with pitiful appearance. As much as these demon guards would like to answer the request, they are more afraid of Song's wrath for disobeying the order. I want to eat fruit, I also want to eat meat." Breaking out into a cry. "You bad people won't let me eat. Wait until mother comes back. I'm going to tell mother you bullied me." Sure enough, this causes the poor guards to break out into sweat. When did we bully him? This prince really knows how to tattle. Mu Shui on the other hand saw this as an opportunity and grew happy. Prince, I know how to make a few good dishes, why don't I take you to have dinner? I don't want to. Puckering his lips in dissatisfaction, the little glutton showed no mercy in his words. Going ugly in the face again, Mouchouet almost couldn't believe this. He would rather be hungry than to eat my food? Are these two siblings some sort of monster or something? They're always throwing jabs at me. Ling Yan said she doesn't like you. Although you are not the same gender as mother, but you're not a good person, so your food can't be good either. You will try to poison me. This time not even Mouchouet's restraint could hold back her humiliated emotions. This little shit dared to insult me again and call me a man. Just you wait, I will skin you alive once I get the chance. For the guards stationed here to watch over the prince, not even their well-trained self could hold back the laughter anymore. Over time they've also disliked Mouchouet and the attitude she portrayed before them, but never did they expect to get payback on the leopard girl in this manner. Heck, the only reason they didn't go report Mouchouet's behavior was due to all the fuss lately. Otherwise the matter would have been dealt with long ago by now. Your Highness is jesting, how can I poison you? Scratching the back of his head. But Ling Yan is usually smarter than me, so she can't be wrong. She said you want to poison me and that dying by poison is very painful on the tummy. I'm afraid of pain. Dare to say, the real reason behind him not wanting to eat Mouchouet's food was because he's afraid of getting a tummy ache. First it was the princess insulting her. Then it's this brat making fun of her. No sensible person would want to take this. In the end Mouchouet could only march for the exit with tears almost seeping out of her eyes due to the humiliation. I'm hungry. Lying there pathetically after shooing away the fly, Di Jintian once again cries out for food like a hopeless baby. Aiming at Di Ling Yan? 7. I'm going to tell my mother that you guys are abusing me and won't let me eat enough. Looking at this small silver fox rolling around on the ground and making that face, these men just didn't know what else to do. Prince, why don't you go to the kitchen and steal some food for yourself? We will pretend we didn't see you. Then when the king seeks to punish us, it will only be for watching over you poorly and not indulging you in the crime. A visible burst of light explodes out of Jean Tian's greedy eyes then. Almost jumping up from the ground, he toddles toward the kitchen with immense vigor. This utterly and literally stupefied the guards in the background. They knew the little prince was a glutton, but not this gluttonous. Outside the palace, Mouchouet was still very much disgruntled as she kicked the rocks along the courtyard. Mouchouet, what's wrong? Why are you acting so unhappy and kicking the rocks here? Yu Yao asks after coming out of the room. Mother. Tearing up instantly as she throws herself into her mother's arm. It's mooing that bitch again. She claims to not want the king and that she didn't fall for him, but she's been doing everything in her ability to prevent me from getting close to the two kids. That woman must be like me, she wants the king for herself, otherwise why else would she keep chasing me away? Shua, you need to keep your voice down. Hurrying to pacify her youngest daughter, Yu Yao quickly scans the area in case anyone was eavesdropping. Don't let your father hear these things, he has always been more lenient on your older sister. If he knows what she intends to do, your father might even help her with the idea. Locking hard onto her own mother's gaze, Mouchouet couldn't refute that idea. I know mother, I know father prefers mooing over me. It's because her talent is better than mine, but guess what mother? I overheard something while I was at the city's gate earlier. Those people from the Celestial Palace are after the little princess. They want her blood to save some woman on their side. What? Surprised by the news, Yu Yao had to take a moment to collect herself. Those people are after the little princess? So, a scheming light flickers within the lass's eye. What if I kidnap the little princess and then frame it onto Mu Ying, how about it? Yu Yao didn't answer her, only shaking her head after contemplating the issue. Mouchouet, you need to know who your real enemy is. I know you hate that Mu Ying and want to marry the king, but what your plan will do is incriminate our entire tribe. Furthermore, her facials are nowhere as good as yours. She can't seduce the king with her face. Now that leaves only the demon queen, she's your real enemy. Reflecting over the points as well, Mouchouet knew her mother was right on the topic. That's right, I look way better than her, why should I fret? I only need to meet the king and then get him under my thumb. Then what am I supposed to do? If you're going to the effort of framing Mu Ying, then you might as well frame the queen instead. We all know the king loves his children dearly. Imagine the queen being at fault for the child's death. Aiming at Di Ling Yan? 8. Smirking in her lips, the horrible mother that she was explains her reasoning. We are all able to see these things. The little princess is the king's treasure. If because of the queen's failure and the princess goes missing or dies, what do you think will happen? Obviously the favor will be moved and the queen punished. By then you can just slip into that crack between them and become the royal consort. As much as she would like to agree with that opinion, Mu Xue's head couldn't help but recall back to Ditsong's words from earlier. My wife is my life, and my wife's life is her children. Will that man really demote the queen because of the little princess? Is this really feasible, mother? She carefully mutters this to the other woman's ear. But what if the king loves the queen more than the princess? What if? But Yu Yao didn't even doubt herself and cuts the girl off. Men love their children the most, that's a fact. Just look at your own father. Before we had your older sister, your father treated me as his precious jewel. Then look what happened, he's never cared about my feelings since then. That's right, the true and main reason she dislikes mooing so much was apparently because of the love she lost from her own husband. Even if the supposed girl was her own daughter, this wretched woman doesn't care. It's also one of the main reasons she doted Mu Xue the younger daughter as such. Her own husband doesn't like the girl so she does it to spite the man. Really? Mu Xue asks with pursed lips. Maybe I can give it a try. Even if the king doesn't blame the queen, I can at least hope to snatch a part of his love due to this? A wisp of hope once again flickers within this leopard girl's eye, causing her lips to curve upwards into a smile. Mother, I know what I need to do now. The glory and pride of our tribe will be on my shoulders now. When father finds out, I will let him know I am the one he should be proud of, not that Mu Ying. After all, she's only a maid and I will be a royal consort. Gently caressing her own daughter's hair, Yu Yao's tone softens up. You will always be mother's pride, and that Mu Ying can never compare with you. She doesn't deserve what you are entitled to. The remark instantly raises Mu Xue's heart and causes her chin to cock upwards. That's right, I am destined to be at the top. Anyone who gets in my way will be trampled under my feet. Just you all wait. Meanwhile, at the same time back over in the city gates, First Elder was growing increasingly more anxious as he gazed upwards at the continuing battle between Ditsong and the keepers. The Elder wanted to help, but as someone much weaker than his king, he would only be a baggage if he intervenes in this situation. Bai Yan's return 1. Just then, right as First Elder was about to fall into a panic, a new entry has arrived. The aura felt familiar, so the Elder immediately turned to the source. In an instant, he could see that beautiful face reflecting in his eyes. Batty father! Bai Xiachen cries out first, his eyes glowing with excitement at the sight of home. Truth be told, First Elder didn't feel at ease when Bai Yan took the prince away from the city before. He's afraid they would encounter some sort of danger outside, but now that they're back and safe, he's truly relieved. It's just that. Why hasn't the prince changed at all since 2 years ago? He's not taller or grown more mature. What's going on here? He's no different from a 6 years old. It's a given that First Elder wouldn't understand why, after all, when Bai Xiachen was asleep, he's akin to being sealed away inside his body and that stumped his growth. Stepping back from the fighting, Ditsong turns to his family that's on the other side of the sky. Yana, welcome back. Though smiling on the face, Bai Yan's tone was serious when replying. Ditsong, these are. Naturally, as the husband, the man wouldn't miss his wife's intent because this shouldn't come as a surprise. They are from the Celestial Palace. He plays along without any delay. Celestial Palace? Appearing surprised on the face, Bai Yan's voice grew hesitant. When I was coming back, I happened to pass by that place. It looks like they are fighting each other. What? Keeper Ling and his peers were all shocked by the remark, causing their attacking self to stop with ugliness showing across their faces. Those idiots! The grumpy keeper yells this out. We've only left for a few days and they're infighting? They never doubted Bai Yan's claim because aside from Ditsong, they couldn't think of anyone else who could raise up such a fuss. Therefore, aside from infighting, what else could it be? We're leaving. Bai Yan's dark smile only grew deeper at that. Oh yes, when I was passing by, I also noticed a dead keeper there. If I remember correctly, they were calling her Keeper Red or something. I estimate it won't be long before several more keepers fall at this rate. Now the 3 seniors from the Celestial Palace could no longer stand still. They're white in the face instead of just shock. In this day and age, finding someone capable of breaking into the demi-divine lord level has become next to impossible. The last one was already several hundred years ago. That meant if even one of them dies, there won't be another to replace that individual. Sharing a glance with each other, the three of them didn't think much and wanted to leave this instant. Unfortunately, you think you can come as you please and leave as you please? Deetsong's cold frosty voice cuts in again. Darkening in his face, Keeper Ling snaps back. Then what do you want? Like I said, leave an arm or a leg first. Then the three of you can leave. That said, the Demon King's figure was gone in a blink of an eye, reappearing right behind the three seniors to block off their path. By Yan's return too, Keeper Ling and his companions are now panicking. They were able to take the upper hand earlier during the fight because they had time, but now their attention was all on the Celestial Palace and getting back. There's way they could focus on this battle like this. Deetsong didn't miss this opening either. With a loud bang from his palm, he strikes at one of the old men from the rear and causes the person to spew blood from the injury. Damn it! If we had time, then this bastard won't stand a chance against us, but we must get back now. The grumpy keeper curses inside. Fight! Kill them! Running over then and crying out that was none other than the old coot who's been chasing in from the direction of Bai Yan's side. He kept jumping and clapping his hands like a kid who couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha! Hit them is good, hit them is good. Boy, you are good. If you kill these damn things, then I will betroth my beautiful granddaughter to you. Frowning in his face, Deetsong didn't understand where this old grandpa was coming from and couldn't keep up. Boy, is the old grandpa speaking to me? What the hell are you doing here, you old coot? Keeper Ling almost couldn't keep his breath due to how outraged he was right now. He would strangle the other person if he's within reach. Boy, hurry and kill these crazies. Clapping his hand repeatedly and ignoring the outcry aimed at himself. If you kill these crazies, then I will give my beautiful granddaughter to you. I will also give myself to you. Buy one get one, a great deal, right? Deetsong's face instantly went black over that. Where the hell did this person come from? Just wait until I'm done. I'll deal with him once I'm done. Meanwhile in the back, First Elder definitely recognizes this old coot though. First looking at Deetsong, then at the former number one keeper of this realm, his old face subconsciously began to sweat. How did he become like this? He was the number one keeper of the celestial realm. Furthermore, he used to hate the king to the core. What's going on? Old coot, you've really gone crazy. Don't forget you're also a member of the Celestial Palace. What good does it do you for aiding these demons? Humph! You damn things killed my beautiful granddaughter. You're the crazy one. All of you are crazy. I'm normal. I'm not crazy at all. Generally speaking, those that have lost their sanity would never admit to their own condition, which was the case here. Seeing it's pointless to let this argument to continue, Keeper Hyun decides to speak up after focusing back on his attack. Keeper Ling, Keeper Zun, I'm afraid this Demon King will not let us leave no matter what. If it was under normal circumstances, we can still drag this out and drain him till he's weak. But what if those back at the palace doesn't stop? If more of us dies in the process, then it will be a huge loss for the celestial realm. He's right on that point. With Deetsong's weakened self, plus three of them attacking at once, they are bound to be on top if they continue to drag this battle out. However, the situation wasn't going to permit them to dally around for that goal. So, a flash of conviction flickers within the third keeper's eye over what he's going to say. The both of you leave now, I'll keep him at bay here by myself. That said, the old man didn't wait and instantly charged at Deetsong's figure to give his companions a chance to flee. By Yan's return 3, Keeper Zun naturally felt reluctant over the idea of leaving one of their own behind. After all, even a pet would become an important soul if long enough time was spent together. Not to mention Keeper Hyun has been with them for many hundreds of years already. However, this senior also knew he must, not for the sake of himself, but for the survival of those at the palace still. In the end, he could do nothing but follow in Keeper Ling's trail, who had left first. Ha ha ha! Keeper Hyun breaks out into an arrogant laugh as if to bolster his own tempo once his companions are gone. Demon King, I may not be able to overcome you by myself, but even if I die today, I will still drag some of you with me. Boom! After he dropped in this remark, The momentum around the old elder's body grew increasingly more violent and caused the clouds above their head to swirl around like a cyclone. Self-explosion. Deetsong smirked with disdain at what the foe was trying to do. Indeed, the act of self-exploding from a demi-divine lord would create serious damage to the weaker ones beneath their battlefield. For the powerless ones, they would even die from the shockwave. In an instant, Keeper Hyun's body had ballooned up. A sure sign he's about to blow. Xiachen. Bai Yan's complexion went white at the sight. Hurrying to pull her son into her arms, the woman wanted to protect the steam bun with everything she's got. Sure, she does believe in her husband's strength and his ability to protect them. But that doesn't mean she won't take precautions in case something unexpected occurs. Deetsong, on the other hand, wasn't fretting like everyone else in the vicinity. He's also mustering up his powers, but it's to cover the entire area around Keeper Hyun's body. Next thing the elder knew was that his suicidal attempt at wreaking havoc has come to a standstill. He's stopped ballooning up. What's going on here? Why is the energy within my body fading away? Keeper Hyun stares out in horror. What did you do to me? Perhaps it's due to fear or just the knowledge of his own failure, but the old balloon actually started to shake and tremble. Am I really going to die for nothing? I can't even take some of the demons with me. You want to blow yourself up? Did you think to ask me first if I will allow it? Slowly walking forward with smirking contempt, Deetsong was intimidating and threatening in his menacing appearance. Originally I would have had to spend some time dealing with you, but if you're asking to die by self-exploding, then I have no reason to not take advantage of your idiocy. Gulping hard. How did you interfere with my move? Isn't that obvious? Deetsong sneered. As long as I control your dantian, then you won't be able to explode, would you? Right now all you cared about is finishing your suicidal maneuver and ignored your own defenses. That left you wide open for me to control your inner core. Due to the interference there, Keeper Hyun's body had stopped bloating up. However, he also didn't deflate, thus leaving him in an awkward and unmovable state. Pfffff. Not to waste time on this garbage, Deetsong raises a finger and shot a beam from the tip. Immediately, to the naked eye, everyone could see that balloon gradually deflating onto the ground until he's become a flat paper shape. Bai Yan's return. Bai Yan could finally feel at ease after witnessing the scene. Xiachen, it's all right now. But instead of answering like expected, the steam bun actually turned it around and started to comfort the woman. Mother, don't be scared. Those people are so stupid and bad, what is there to be afraid of? Yes, in this little guy's view, those keepers who stand at the peak of a whole realm are all stupid and low IQ, which wasn't wrong at all in this case. Think about it, if it wasn't for Keeper Yellow's token calling for help, would the three believe Bai Yan's nonsense so easily? The answer would of course not. That means the whole reason Keeper Hyun died was because of his own people's doing. They indirectly killed their own. Deetsong, I have something to tell you. Releasing her son, Bai Yan got serious in the face. Those people from the Celestial Palace are after our daughter. Deetsong's expression sank as well. I know, but don't worry, there's nothing they can do while I am around. No danger will befall Ling Yan. Sure, he may not necessarily care about the kids as much as his wife, but they are Bai Yan's lifeblood, making them his as well. I believe you. Bai Yan releases her tense face and smiled again, which made the Demon King smile as well as a consequence. First Elder, I also have something I want to ask you. Bai Yan then turns to the elder who wasn't that far away at this point. In my previous life, am I somehow related to the celestial realm? The old elder wanted to say something but didn't due to how sudden the question was. Does the queen remember everything? Don't think too much on it, I'm only asking. Regarding everything, I'm still only getting small fragments of it in my dream. She quickly explains, afraid the other side would mistake her sentence for something else. Twitching in the mouth. What does your highness want to ask? This old man. Does he have anything to do with me? Bai Yan points to the old coot who had already ran over and clapping his hand. However, her question did bring a pathetic look into those eyes like he's hurt. Good granddaughter, I know I'm wrong. Are you really not going to want me anymore? Unable to bear this, Bai Xiachen tugs at his mother's sleeve. Mother, great-grandfather is so pitiful, can we take him in? After saying that, the boy made sure to get all watery in those eyes while gazing upwards. Hold on, Xiachen. I want to hear from First Elder before making a decision. ruffling her son's hair. She doesn't want to rush the matter, nor does she want to disappoint her son. Now First Elder definitely fell into a pinch. What should he say? Tell Bai Yan she's the adopted granddaughter of this old man that has clearly lost his sanity? And that every time the old man would kick the king out with a broom whenever he saw him? I guess you could say that. After a long while of indecision, he mutters this vague response out. I better keep the part about being kicked out with a broom to myself, otherwise who knows what will happen to me. Could say. Bai Yin frowns with more questions than answers. This? Getting all sweaty under the pressure. First Elder eventually caved in after noticing the angry stare from the old coot. You are his adopted granddaughter. Bai Yan's return 5. Bai Yin now got it and everything made sense now. Looks like I really do have some sort of tie to the Celestial Palace, and this old man didn't recognize me incorrectly. I know you. The old coot suddenly jumped his feet in anger while pointing at First Elder. You are one of the little bastards people who tried to kidnap my sweet granddaughter. Is it him who kidnapped my granddaughter all this time? Is the little bastard here somewhere? Instinctively, First Elder casts a sideway glance to Deetsong using the corner of his eye. The guy you're talking about is standing right there talking to you, is he not? Really, did he really lose his mind or is he acting? Deetsong on the other hand had gone black in the face due to this sudden twist of event. Yenner is his granddaughter? Boy, you are the best. Though the old coot appeared livid across the face, his expression somehow manages to instantly change to a friendly version once turned to Deetsong. Unlike that little bastard who tried to kidnap my precious granddaughter, you didn't do anything bad. But why do I keep thinking I know you from somewhere? Do we know each other? Deetsong looks like he wanted to faint and muttered to no one specific. I am good. You beat those crazies, that makes you a good person. Going white this time, Deetsong's expression was a real sight to behold since it's coming from him. Because I beat those people from the Celestial Palace that I'm good? He also wants to betroth his granddaughter to me? Does that mean he will also betroth Yin Yen to others as well if they beat the Celestial Palace? Then do you remember who the little bastard is and how he looks? That said, Deetsong smirks and casts a sideway glance to First Elder who was trying to keep his head low. It doesn't take much for this Demon King to connect the dots. Who else in this world could command that old bone to do something? That's obvious. Himself. How can I remember what he looks like? The old coot scratches his head with confusion apparent in his eyes. It's exactly like the former keeper says. He doesn't remember it's Deetsong who was standing before himself. Aside from the fact that he caught his beautiful granddaughter making out with the little bastard in her room, and that he grabbed a broom and drove the guy away afterwards, he couldn't recall anything from the past. But that little bastard must be ugly, unlike you young man who is quite handsome. Grinning goofily while saying that, the old coot found Deetsong's face to be very pleasant to look at, especially when he remembers who the man beat those keepers back. First Elder could already feel the frightening aura coming out of his liege's body after that last comment. However, before the old fella could intervene and remind the man of the importance of this old coot, that murderous aura suddenly just dissipated from out of the blue. Grandpapa really have good eyesight. Deetsong unexpectedly throws this out there. Meanwhile on the side, it was Bai Yan's turn to go black in the face. Deetsong sure knows how to address someone. Seemingly pleased and elated by that, the old coot actually breaks out into a happy dance. Good, very good. This forgive your grandpapa here for not bringing a gift for our first meeting. Next time I'll be sure to bring you something nice. Okay? No need. Yin Yin here is already the best gift you can give me. Without you there wouldn't be her. Bai Yan's mouth actually started to twitch after that final comment from her husband. When did Deetsong learn to say such sweet glossy words? How come I didn't know? Call Shachin a bastard child one. Humph. At least this young man is a decent gentleman. He will never be like that little bastard, trying to kidnap my granddaughter and constantly harassing her. If only this old coot knew the truth, then he might just throw himself off a bridge to end himself. In the past and now, the sole reason Deetsong could win Bai Yan's heart was due to his shameless persistence. Without that shamelessness, how could the Demon King win the woman's heart? Mother, Bai Shachin then pulls at his mother's sleeve, his eyes all pitiful and sad. I miss Ling Yan, can we go see her first? I don't know if Jean Tian is picking on her. I need to hurry and go see for myself. Understanding how much her son wants to see his little sister, Bai Yin didn't have the heart to refuse. Soft in her voice. Okay, you go inside first and find your siblings, me and your father will follow behind soon. Yaa. Jumping up with glee, the kid gives a giant smooch onto the woman's cheek and then ran for the palace without a second thought. How could the steam bun not be happy? The little sister was something he's been wanting for ages, and now she's finally here for him to cuddle. Like usual though, Deetsong's sour grouchy side popped up again. Yin Yin, you keep away from that boy from now on. He's my son. But he's too clingy with you. In particular is that kiss on her cheek. How dare he kiss my wife? Deetsong's expression only grew uglier over his own thought. And he's not small anymore, you can't keep pampering him. It's good that we have a daughter to refocus his attention. Now we can push him in that direction and stop him from being so clingy. All of a sudden, Deetsong wanted many more daughters. This way he could keep that boy busy by having him babysit the kids while he and his wife spend some good quality alone time. Why are you acting all jealous of your own son for? Bai Yan's opinion of this husband of hers just went down a notch. Catching on to that look coming his way, Deetsong couldn't take it and decides to express his dominance. First going up to wrap his arms around her waist, he leans in and forces a kiss to take ownership. Your whole body top to bottom is mine. Only I can kiss you. Anyways, what do you think of Dragoni? Do you like her as a daughter-in-law? Dragoni? I like that child very much, and I always feel like I have some sort of traction to her from the get-go. That answer brought a smile to Deetsong's face. I'm of the same positive opinion about her. She is a suitable candidate for Xiachen. If we can put him and her together, then he will stop hogging your attention from me. I won't have to compete for your time. Yes, I need to put in precautions before it's too late. That boy is already so clingy at this age. What if he grows older and gets even more clingy? That will be terrible, that won't do. He can get his own wife. Blinking her eyes over the idea, Bai Yin kept staring at her husband. Deetsong, is he trying to sell our son out like a prostitute? This? Furrowing that brow. I don't want to force anything on them. Dragoni and Xiachen have their own will. I want them to make their own decision. She liking Dragoni was true, there's no lie in that. However, she doesn't want to force anything on her children. That's a standard she won't budge on. And, if you're going to send Xiachen away, then I'm going with him. Deetsong's face instantly went dark with his jaw dropping down. I knew it, only the love between a son and a mother is true love. And the husband can only be abandoned,